آماده نبرد نامسخارند. مرگ بر آمریکا. We will drown every American ship in the Strait Hormuz. هیچ کشتی آمریکایی اینجا زنده نمیمونه. Drown them all. ما برنده خواهیم شد. American ships will sink. Wallah, I see the Americans now. You motherfucker bitches, look what I have for you. Sir, what are you doing? Cardboard Ayatollah, punk ass bitch.
Punk ass bitch. Like this.
You want some more pussy? Take this.
Wow, that was some crazy stuff, huh? Trump always brings it. What's up, everybody? I'm Jim. I'm here to tell you some news. I don't know why my mic is shadowing me big time now. Doesn't make a lot of sense. But anyway, I want to thank everybody who's here. Miss Packer, how you doing? America First, what's up? Great to see you. Miss Hacker, good to see you. Pat. Exile, what's up, Choosy? Jonathan, awesome to see you. Lisa, great to have you here. Jet Trinity Powers, what's up, man? How you doing? And then Wrestler Town comes in hard and fast with 5 Jim Tells You memberships. I didn't even get to tell you the spiel about, for every 100 in total that comes in across all platforms, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships, becoming members, Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, Super Tips, and Locals coins, and, Kick and Twitch memberships. I added it all up. When we hit 100, we add an extra hour. And then when we hit 50, we activate Bellavision. There's Bellavision. She's not there, but I'll find her. Or if any individual donator gives $25 or greater, which Wrestler Town just did with the 5 gifted memberships, that means right now our goal is actually only $70 away from reaching a first additional hour of the show. All right. I have to reposition the camera because, as per usual, Bella is not where she's supposed to be. She's over here. She's over there now. There she is. So, thank you so much, Wrestler Town. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Then we got another one from America First. That please support Jim. Thank you. That right there, that means we are now just 65 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. and I want to just let everybody know that if anyone was watching Joe's show last night, the late show that I was on with Joe, and they noticed, a couple people noticed, yes, she's got water in her bowl. She's got water. It's a full bowl of water. That's what's in the bowl. The other bowls are food bowl, which is not there because she only gets the food bowl there when she's eating. Yeah, she's comfy. Yeah, she is. If anyone was noticing last night when I was on with Joe that towards maybe 1 a.m. or somewhere on there, I looked a little like I was sick or something was wrong. Yeah, I got violently ill last night. I still don't feel well. I had to get my second shot yesterday for the shingles vaccine. And while I was there, they're like, hey, you should get this pneumonia vaccine too at the same time. And I was like, is that safe? And they're like, oh, yeah, it's perfectly normal. Go ahead. So I don't know if it was what it was, if it was the both of the shots or if it was just because the first time I got the shingles shot, it made me really ill. It basically almost hospitalized me for a day with the first shot. And then they told me, no, second one will be fine. You'll be fine now. That was just a weird thing. So I got that shot and man, I had at about 1 o'clock in the morning, I don't know, 1:30. I just started sweating profusely. I was sitting here streaming with Joe and I was started shaking. I got the shakes and everything and I couldn't think. And man, I had 102 fever when I got off the stream. I went and checked and I woke up this morning in a puddle of sweat in my bed and everything. And so I don't feel, I don't feel, yeah, I know I'm a dumbass. Believe me, I know. I shouldn't have, I shouldn't have did it, but that's what I get for listening to my doctor. I guess don't listen to your doctor. Maybe, I don't know. Sorry to help you feel better soon. Yeah. Well, I mean, I still feel I don't know. I still feel like a cloudy brain and everything like that. And I tried to eat. I couldn't really eat anything today. Everything I go to eat tastes nasty. Everything tastes nasty. Stuff my tea tastes nasty. Coke tastes nasty. Everything tastes nasty. I had a chicken sandwich and it was nasty. Everything. My taste buds are just fried. Ask me how many COVID shots I got. I've never got a hey, what's up, Garfield? How you doing? That means it's working. Okay. I never got a COVID shot. I was told from the research I did that the shingles shot and the pneumonia shot are an actual vaccine. If it's not, then the sicker you get, the more it works. Oh, is that what that's yeah? Oh, damn it. Wow. So let me go real quick before I want to thank Wrestler Town for those 5 memberships. Let's see who got those. It says that Pat Hacker says, hey, Jet. No, Richard Tatership. So dictatorship received one. Another year older, 1878 received one. HPG KMC, Hamilton Burger, and Mostly Pleasant all received gifted memberships from Wrestler Town. And since it's the first of the month, I will give away 5 membership gifts right now. I'll save them. Maybe I'll give some more away later. Oh, hey, look at this. I got a guest. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Jim. How are you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. I was following Bella, and I said, well, Jim is there. Who cares? But Bella's there. I'm saying, Bella moved away from that space. Now she's out on the floor. Damn. Yeah. All Bella all the time.
Yep, all Bella all the time. Yeah, I got violently sick last night at 1 in the morning. I don't know if you heard what I was saying. So yeah, Jim tells you gifted 5 memberships. These do not count. All right, these do not count towards the goal. These are free gifted memberships for me. And I kind of defeat the purpose. But Garfield's Bizarre Adventure got one. Nancy Lorenz got one. Linda Covington, Harold 0260, and Navashine 4878. Novashine. Congrats to the new Jim Somniacs. Yes. Thank you.
So why did it not count?
Well, because it's my money. Why would I?
Oh, you gave the money. Okay.
Yeah. So if I give the memberships, I'm not counting them towards the goal.
Oh, okay.
So we'll see. So yeah, so we're gonna get into some news. We got a couple news stories, some things you guys saw. The title of the show, all right, and the description. And look at Garfield's Bizarre Adventure says, count these 5 gifted memberships. So thank you. Thank you so much, Garfield. I will count those. That means we are now just $35 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much. More members. Congrats. That's right, man. It's great. We like that. It says Robin Sage, Misty Kane, Dominus Dank, Thad the Man, and Lisa 4547. all receive gifted memberships from Garfield's Bizarre Adventures, which I always loved Garfield.
Garfield is a great cat. Absolutely great.
It was like Heathcliff and Garfield. I just loved those books when I was a kid. I don't know why.
I give Garfield the heads up over Heathcliff. I mean, Heathcliff was okay, but Garfield is the man.
Garfield was the one that always liked to eat lasagna, right?
Oh yeah.
Right. And then it was like something about Mondays, right? He was like, he hated Mondays and always liked to eat lasagna. And Heathcliff was just like got into trouble all the time, like always was doing stuff, right? It's like Garfield's like orange and Heathcliff was red.
Oh,
I think. Oh, Lisa says PayPal,
Venmo,
thank
Cash
you.
App.
PayPal, Super Tips, Cash App, Venmo. Thank you, Lisa. Lisa just donated 10 on the PayPals. That means we're now just $25 away, folks, from adding a first additional hour to the show. That's what I call starting the month off right.
Oh, right. It's May 1st.
It's May 1st. Yes, thank you so much. So let's do this. All right, we got some things to talk about tonight. Like everyone can see, we have. I hit the wrong button. Hit the wrong damn
the stream
button.
just ended.
No, I almost did. I hit the wrong button. That was not good. Oh, it says we disagree on comic books, but we agree on a lot of other things. I don't know how we. I mean, honestly, I don't think we really disagree all that much, Garfield, on comic books. Just the thing is that Garfield was a house cat. He was an alley cat. Yeah, that was it. Like, I give people the benefit of the doubt if they're actually trying to do work, even if they're not very good at it, because they're trying. Maybe that's a fault of mine or something.
No, that's good.
No, research these vaccines. Never trust anything they push on you, even your doctor. Get the book Turtles all the way down. Well, I mean, it was like a thing. I was in there. I was in the office, and they're like, "Hey, you need this one too." I'm like, "Really? Why would I need a pneumonia vaccine?" Like, I thought pneumonia was like a respiratory something or other, but I don't know. We'll see. So tonight we're going to talk about there was a tyrannical judge another judge, even though the Supreme Court is going to rule on the TPS thing like in the coming weeks, another judge just blocked another cancellation of TPS, and then we got the Pope, the commie Pope, the new commie Pope decided to appoint an illegal alien as a bishop, kind of stick it to Trump. We're at the end of the war power 60 days in the Iran conflict. There's a dispute between the Trump administration and certain people in the Congress, which I will call demon rats, as to whether or not when the ceasefire that's been going on for the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whether or not that resets everything. So we'll talk about that. And then Trump has announced that all European car manufacturers will now pay a 25% tariff on all cars coming into the United States because of the shit way that they have been treating us and not following through with the promises made and the trade agreements that we established with them. So those are the top four. We got a bunch of other stories. See if we get to them. So we'll see. All right. So here we go. Wow, Bella looks tiny now up there in the corner.
Very tiny.
All right. So here we go. Trump, a judge, a tyrannical lower court inferior judge, black robe inferior judge. I'm trying to channel my greatest Bronca, but I just can't do it. It blocks Trump's pause on immigration processing for travel ban countries. So that's what we got here. We got a judge who just basically is going to say, what is this? How old is this?
Someone that earns that privilege, that right to be a U.S. citizen, to be able to vote in our elections. But what does that mean? Congress has laid it out pretty clearly. You have to be assimilated. You have to speak English, or at least understand English. You have to be able to write it, and you have to be attached to our principles and our Constitution. And it has been whittled down over the previous administration, and we are taking major steps to really bring that back and reinforce that. And I want people to walk into that room on that very, very special day. And I love being at naturalization ceremonies, but I love seeing people who are truly, truly feeling blessed to be there and realize the hard work that they went through. It's not a time to be rowdy, and certainly to throw an American flag on the floor is just so disheartening and disgusting. And it is so indicative of the mood of how immigration benefits were treated under the previous administration, to really bring the heat moving in this direction.
Yep, that's right. Well, look at that. We have a $2 super chat from Joe. Thank you, Joe. He says, happy birthday to my brother Alex. God bless you. God bless you, Alex. Now, normally I sing happy birthday to, usually it's just the women, that have their birthdays, but so I do this thing. So I'm not going to sing it like that. I'm not going to do the Marilyn Monroe version like I normally do. So it doesn't
but
mean
nobody
anything.
wants to hear that.
Okay, good. We're just going to say happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Alex. Happy birthday to you. That was my Bill Shatner version.
Yeah.
He says, even if the police actually do their job, activist judges are always letting our emotions affect us. Oh, yeah, they are. We just had a judge that just released no singing necessary. He's old. Well, it's too late. No takesies, backsies. That's how it works. No takesies, backsies. All right. A federal judge this week blocked the Trump administration's pause on processing immigration applications from countries subject to his travel ban. As of press time, Trump has imposed travel bans on a litany of countries, primarily in Africa, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. Trump has significantly escalated travel bans and immigration pauses in response to the shooting of 2 members of the National Guard in Washington, D.C., which totally makes sense. Hey, H.J. Remy, great to see you. Jet, what's going on? Awesome to have you here. I don't know why it's doing that weird stuff with me. Hey, Christine, what's up? Oh, you're telling me please don't sing. Well, please don't sing. Please don't sing. Cool. Mm-hmm. A district judge, Julia Kobik. It's always somebody. If it's not, it's either, honestly, it seems that, this is it's not every time, but it's like if you took a chart and you said the judges that are ruling against this stuff with Trump, obviously it's going to be the diagram, the Venn diagram is going to have a giant thing that almost looks like Pac-Man of Biden or Obama judges. But I think if you looked, it would all be it would be almost as big of just for women, but maybe not overlapping, because there's some Trump appointed judges that were in some liberal districts that, ruled against him. But that was just because they were the only ones that could get approved by the senators in Oregon or Washington or the demon rat states. So, with respect to the criminal acts planned or committed by Afghan nationals, the government makes no argument as to how 2 serious but isolated violent crimes planned by 2 people from one country is rationally connected to a policy stopping adjudication of benefit applications. They're not owed anything. That's the thing. We don't owe them. They're not entitled to come here. Nobody is entitled to come to America. It's not their right. It's not a privilege. You know what I mean? It's something that would a gift that we don't have to give.
Are you sure, Jim? Because I heard it the other way. The Democrats said anybody should be able to come here. They should get the freedoms of Americans. Are you sure you're right, Jim? Are you sure?
Well, we could prove that that's not what they really believe, because when Trump brought those 7,500 white South Africans into the country, they were pissed and screaming about it because they were like, wait, those people will actually vote Republican.
Yeah, imagine that.
Yeah, these judges have to be held accountable. Yes, they do. Yes, I did not vote for judges to be above our goat POTUS. No, me neither. I definitely didn't.
I did not have sex with that woman. Oh, not the same thing. Okay.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Well, that depends on what the definition of is.
I know the is thing.
Yeah. So the ruling includes a stay on several administrative policies, including the pause in immigration processing. The Trump administration is certain to appeal. The case marks the latest legal battle over mass deportations, one of Trump's top campaign promises. Trump said he was going to do this, and people overwhelmingly voted for him. So that's what's kind of like, these people always talk about democracy. Oh, you got to go? All right. Well, wherever you're going, tell them I said hi, Garfield. Tell them I said hello. So the administration has estimated as many as 22 million illegal aliens are currently U.S. No. Biden let in 20 million. There is 70, 80 million, maybe 100 million. There is way too many. Way too many. And hopefully they don't vote until they become citizens. Yeah, no. They won't. They're not like that. So federal judge rejects the United States Customs and Immigration Services pause on immigration applications. Like, they're not, and that's the thing, is like, this judge is completely way out of line because there is nothing that says you have to do this. You know what I mean? It's not like there's a statute that says, oh, you have to do this many. No, it's all subjective. So on April 30th, the judge rejected key parts of the Trump administration policies preventing adjudication of immigration benefit applications, determining that an indefinite adjudicative hold and treating nationality as a significant negative factor are likely to be found unlawful. It's not. There is a wide, long-ranging history of this happening in the United States. Let me remind everybody what happened to the Japanese people. We didn't let them in. We told them no. Chinese people, no. Germans, Italians, they all got kicked out. Just like Ilhan Omar said, back in World War XI, we did this to these people.
Yes, I liked 11. 11 was great.
Hey, Lady Bama, how you doing? So, District Judge Julie E. Kobik in Massachusetts, massive two shits. Of course, it was massive two shits. There's no Republican judges anywhere in that district, none at all, not one.
But Michael Dukakis is there for you. He's in a tank. He's wearing a helmet. Michael Dukakis.
Michael Duke asses. So on the merits, the court concludes the plaintiffs are likely to succeed on their claims that the adjudicative hold policy is contrary to law and arbitrary and capricious. No, it's not arbitrary and capricious. This is like ridiculous. The ruling is a response to challenges from about 20 non-citizens and family members, many of whom hail from countries subject to the administration's broadened vetting. More than half the plaintiffs come from Iran. Oh. Others come from nations including Afghanistan, Syria, Venezuela, and numerous African countries. The government has failed to explain how enjoining application of the adjudicated hold and significant negative factor policies inhibits the government's ability to protect national security. Because you're telling them they can't protect national security. You are using your policy preferences in place of the elected president, which you're not allowed to do. This is a blatant violation of the separation of powers. The Trump administration policy follows several executive action and decrees. The significant negative factor policy in the wake of the shooting of the two National Guard members by an Afghan national who had arrived under the Biden Autopen administration was illegally present in the country at the time of the shooting. That's right. He was illegally present in the country at the time of the shooting. So until we can ensure that every alien is vetted and screened to the maximum degree possible, the safety of American people always comes first. If you go to buy a gun and they do a background check on you and it comes back like they don't know, after a certain number of days, they have to give you the gun, even if they're still investigating. But if they can find any reason not to give it to you, they won't. But generally that's up to the gun store. Like, they tell the gun store, hey, listen, you can legally give it to them, but if you give it to them and they're prohibited, then you kind of broke the law by giving it to them. It's like a weird catch-22. Even though the government doesn't do its job. Hey, Lynn Williams, how you doing? Great to see you. Yeah, that's right. The judiciary's trying to waste time and money. That's all they're doing, is wasting time and money. Just wasting time and money.
All this time they've been doing that. It's so terrible, from the election to today. They're just wasting time.
Yeah. So the plaintiffs have demonstrated they're likely to face irreparable harm. It's not an irreparable harm for them to not be allowed into the U.S. because they're not entitled to that. We don't owe them that. It's not something that it's not something that they're like, oh, you're violating my rights by not letting me into the United States. It's like, no. You don't have any right to be here. We could say no one comes in. We don't have to take anybody in. So the injunction applies to specifically to 22 plaintiffs who demonstrated harm. The parties must determine whether it should extend to others in the case and file a status report by May 7th. No, I would file an immediate appeal. The Trump administration argued the measures are necessary to vet individuals amid national security threats. The case is ongoing and plaintiffs want further relief. The government, however, could appeal the preliminary injunction to the First U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals. Well, like I said, there's already a case. The Supreme Court has already made it clear, through their questioning, that they're not going for this TPS that these judges are pulling, because it says in the statute that it's not up for judicial review anyway. Yes, there are other safe countries. Yes, there is. There's other safe countries they can go to. They don't need to come here. It looks like this might be a little bit thick. So judge blocks Trump administration from ending deportation protections for 2,800 Yemenis. Why do we have any of this for any of these people? Is a good question. Here, this is going to talk about the case that was just at the Supreme Court, the arguments, which I'm sure a lot of people that are here have heard the arguments already because you watched like Bronco or you watched
Supreme Court to end the temporary protected status for more than 350,000 Haitians. CBS News immigration correspondent Camila Montoya Galvez has been following this for us. So bring us up to speed. This is something that they attempted to do earlier, and now we're seeing a renewed effort.
Wow, look at that. Hold on.
Department.
Hold on. I'll back this up a little bit because we just got another 5 Jim Tells You memberships from Dan Gagax, Mr. The Other Gagax. Thank you so much, Dan. That means we are now.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you so much, Dan. That means we are now just $95 away from adding a second additional hour to the show.
Over another hump, people. Gotta love those humps.
The Humpty Dance. Here's your chance to get me over the hump. Oh, do it, baby. Do the Humpty Hump. What's up, Absent Minded? How you doing? Great to see you. Let's see who got those gifts from Dan. Let's see. It says Proxy Loxy. BTM Reviews got a gifted membership. Well, I guess BTM Reviews decided to subscribe to my account since I called him out the other night when I was like, Dave, you're not subscribed to my account?
Oh, but maybe he popped in tonight too, which is why
Maybe.
he got the gifted membership. He might have been here.
Might have been here,
Yeah.
I'm just messing around, Dave. Jonesy Bot 5,000 received a gifted membership. Milton Prepping and Reformed Convict. Hey, Reformed Convict, how you doing? I haven't seen you around a long time, Reformed Convict. If you're around, love to say hi. Used to see you all the time in the old locals over there in the Ricada locals.
Well, he was a convict, and now he's reformed, so he was away for a little while, Jim. You know.
Ms. Hacker has a good point. Didn't Obama shell Yemen for years? No one asked him how long he was going to continue that conflict. Yeah, well, first flu shot in the Army, I had to go to ER with 103 temperature. Wow. Yeah, like I was like 100 when I finally got done streaming, but I was like sitting here and some people in the chat, like I think it was Mama Pillow, maybe a couple people were asking me if I was okay because I was like shaking and I was doing this and I was like going like this, oh my God, where I was just like sweat pouring down my face and everything. And I was like, as soon as I got off, I took my temperature, it was 102.2. And I was like, I need to take some medicine. And I just went and passed out. But I don't know. I still feel off though. I don't feel 100%. I feel about 80%, 85%, which sucks.
Guys is telling the Supreme Court that the lower courts are.
Wait a minute! Did this guy just try to copy the other guy's look
over immigration policy, specifically when it
that
comes
whole
to the
shaved
TPS
head
or
thing?
temporary
The
protected
shaved
status
head where
program
it's just
for
I know, it's
Haitians.
awful.
That was supposed to end in early February, but a lower court judge said that the administration had not followed the proper administrative procedures to undergo that termination, and that the termination was in part, according to the judge, based on racial animus. The judge cited comments that the president and Secretary Christina of DHS have made about Haitians and immigrants that she deemed to be derogatory in nature. Now the Justice Department is saying that lower court order should be suspended and that the administration should be allowed to terminate the legal status and work authorization of 350,000 people in the U.S. from Haiti who currently, again, are legally here and are working here in the country with legal permission.
So let's talk about what that would actually mean, right? The Supreme Court already allowed the rollback of protections for Venezuelans.
That's
If they were to allow this for
look at these guys. They got the same hairstyle. Exactly. It's like they're just trying. But he doesn't have a tie, so he's like trying to become the.
Yeah, he's the cool one, Jim.
Yeah, he's
the
trying,
cool
and they have the same speaking cadence. Wow, and stuff. But what none of these guys said, which is kind of important about all this, is that the statute that establishes TPS said it's up to the Secretary of Homeland Security or the Attorney General to make the decision, and that the decision is not judicially reviewable. So that's where they have a problem here. They set this up and they said, no, because they knew what would happen is if they didn't do it this way, you'd have judges come in and pull this shit. And for years it went on and nobody said nothing when they enacted it or whatever. And it's supposed to be temporary. Yeah. Flu shots are not worth the risk reward. Hell, the guess wrong half time. Yeah, I don't get flu shots. But I did have the chicken pox when I was a kid. Because when I was a kid, you got the chicken pox, you got the measles, you got these things. When someone had it, you would go get it. That way you got rid of it.
Yes, your parents would bring you over to the kid with the chicken pox and go play.
Yeah, so you get the chicken pox. But I guess now, like everything I'm seeing is that the shingles, like the shingles suck. I know somebody who got the shingles.
Did you get the shingles shot?
That's what I'm saying. Yesterday I got the shingles shot. And
you did? Okay.
It was my second one. The first one I got made me violently ill, where I didn't stream for like 3 days because I was just too ill. And I told them, I was like, I don't know if I should get the other one. They were like, no, it's not going to be as bad the second time. That was just, that was just because it was killing the virus that was in your body. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Oh.
That was taking over your mind so you would become a Democrat. Ooh, did I say that out loud? Oh.
Could be. The pneumonia shots, not much better than the flu. Are you serious? I didn't realize that. Yeah, slumber party, human immunity. Yeah, that's what we did.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
You had the chicken pox twice, once when you were 2 and then when you were 25. Well, that's not how the shingles vax works at all. I don't know how it works. The shingles shot looks like it causes it more than prevents it. I got the first one and then read up on it. Nope, out of the second one. Oh. Now you're scaring me, Doc.
That's the fear that, can we trust the people? Oh, get the shot. Yeah. Big Pharma owns your ass now.
Oh.
Oh.
Very interesting.
Community within the U.S.
Well, the hundreds of thousands of people, Kelly, who currently have TPS under the Haiti TPS program would suddenly become eligible for deportation and would be subject to immigration arrest, detention, and potentially deportation. They would immediately lose their ability to work in the U.S. lawfully, so it would affect them and their families, but also their employers, the companies that hire them, hospitals, and other organizations that are employing Haitian TPS holders across the country, including places like New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Florida, with large diasporas of Haitians in the U.S. But also the administration would say that this program was always meant to be temporary in nature, that the Biden administration and other Democratic administrations unnecessarily extended this program for far too long after that 2010 earthquake in Haiti, and that this program attracts illegal immigration and should be ended.
All right. Camila Montoya Gaba is doing their hard reporting for us. Thank you very much.
Yes, TPS kills Americans. Yes, it does. I was told that it wasn't mRNA, Pat. I asked specifically, and they said it was a dead virus thing, like the same thing like how they used to be. I don't know. If they lied to me, then I'm pissed.
Yeah, like the second polio thing.
Yeah. So they're making a big 2,800 Yemenis. And who's paying for all these lawsuits? That's the thing, is who's paying for all this stuff? It's got to be, like some kind of left-wing groups, probably our tax dollars, stuff like that, paying for it. It's not just, these people aren't paying for it themselves. Correct. Shingles is no mRNA, would never be mRNA. Okay, good. Okay, all right, so that's that story. So hopefully it will all work out, that the Supreme Court will come down with the correct ruling and say that all these courts that are doing this, they have no jurisdiction. They're not supposed to be wading into this, because like this judge said that, you didn't follow the proper process. What process is there? The process is the secretary makes the decision. That's the process. And the decision is not reviewable. They're trying to play games, and it just doesn't work that way, So second story is the White House says that Iran war is terminated as the war power deadline arrives. The polio vax was a hoax. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think, if I'm not mistaken, like they looked at all the stuff and like the changes was probably more of just the advancements in keeping clean and proper sanitation. I think led a lot of the reductions in deaths and severe outcomes.
Yeah, a lot of those things back at that time, polio and measles and all of that stuff happened at the same time. People got cleaner and more medical science, and so you don't know.
Yeah, like Doc says, both polio and measles were in a steep decline when the vaccines were out of sales. Here's the thing: like
Exactly,
I
yeah.
had the measles when I was a kid.
Yep.
I had the German measles.
Heil.
And,
Did you have the mumps though?
I
had the mumps.
I might have had. I don't know if I had the mumps. I think I did have the mumps because I remember I remember specifically that my mom was really scared because my dad never had the mumps, and they say like when you get like it's very like an older male, like an adult male gets the mumps, it could like do a lot of bad stuff to him. It could make him sterile. It can. But then again, I don't know. That's what I remember. That's like in my back deep recesses of my brain. So Trump's administration argued that a ceasefire had terminated hostilities as the legal deadline arrived on May 1st for Congress about the 2-month Iran war. Deutschland measles, yes. Under the 73 War Powers Resolution, which, let's be honest, is highly unconstitutional.
I never liked that one because I remember when they were using that back in the olden days. Nixon and others. Yeah,
but nobody paid any. Like Obama didn't pay any attention to it. Neither did Clinton. Neither did George. No president has ever paid any attention to the War Powers Resolution. Okay, it says that president can only wage military action for 60 days before ending it, asking Congress for authorization or seeking a 30-day extension due to unavoidable military necessity regarding the safety of U.S. armed forces. Like this is just asinine. Like,
well, Jim, the first guy who opposed it said, "I'm sending them over there during my time. When my time runs out, Congress, you got to pay to send them back." That's when the law fell apart, because you can send them out and then, okay, I have no power. Okay, you pay to get them back.
So Trump formally notified Congress of the conflict 48 hours after the first airstrike, starting the 60-day clock that ends May 1st. But see, the clock, though, that's the thing, like I don't understand. If Trump said, all right, we're leaving, and everybody leaves, and then he just turns around and sends it back, doesn't that start another 60-day clock? I mean, because what are they going to say? Like, no, this means that you can never do anything with Iran ever again because you already had your 60 days. That makes no sense.
Right.
Yeah.
It was not
Trump.
well thought
President
out.
Trump, yeah. Hey, OTR Smokehouse, what's up? Great to see you. Thanks for being here. So thank you to everybody. So as that deadline approached, congressional aides and analysts said they expected the president to sidestep the deadline. Oh, they expected him to. So a senior Trump administration official said on April 30th, the administration's view is that the War Powers Law deadline did not apply. For the War Powers Resolution purposes, the hostilities that began on Saturday, February 28th have terminated. Yeah. No way out. The Democrat senator. Congressional demon rats have tried repeatedly to pass legislation that would force Trump to end the war or come to Congress, dismissed that characterization, saying there's nothing in the law that allowing for a ceasefire. So there's nothing in the law that allows for a ceasefire. What? Does that sound retarded? Like, how can you say there's nothing in the law to allow for a ceasefire? Yeah, there's no mandatory waiting period. Yeah, is there like a 3-day waiting period like there is for guns? You got to wait 3 days before you can start fighting again? Because they've already done that. The reality is there is multiple ways around the provision, so they just cut to the chase and ignore it. Yeah. There's nothing in the law either way. That's right. There's nothing in the law that says you can't do this. So they also said continuing deployment of U.S. ships blockading Iranian oil was evidence of continuing hostility, not a ceasefire. What? We've had blockades on countries for years that were not authorized by Congress. Didn't they realize that? After 60 days of conflict, President Trump does not have a strategy or way. Oh, whatever, Gene Shaheen, you go blow yourself. Blockade is a police action. That's what I'm saying. It's not a war. A blockade is a police action. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, there was other countries that we've blockaded for like many, many years. Like Cuba, we blockaded for a long, long time. The deadline is a clear threshold for Trump to act. Really, what happened with Libya? Did Obama come to Congress to extend the Libya action that went on for 2 years? Did he? No, he didn't. Did anyone say anything about the stuff that happened in Syria? So how is it okay to do Syria and Libya but not Iran? You know? The Iran war has killed thousands, cost billions of dollars in damage, and roiled world markets. Polls show the war is unpopular. 6 months before the November elections that will determine who controls Congress next year. Well, yeah, did they ask permission for the troops in Syria? Been there for years? No. And when Trump told them to pull in Trump's first term, when he told them to pull the troops out, they lied to him and told them they were pulled out when they weren't. So there's that. Says Trump's approval rating sank to the lowest level of his current term. But there's a very interesting things about this. You know, he's actually increased his approval rating with a certain demographic of the public. You might be shocked to this, but he's actually increased his polling by like 33%, 34% with a certain demographic. Do you know what demographic that is?
Trans Democrats?
No.
Oh, surprise.
African Americans. I saw it on CNN. When he was elected in 2024, he had 12% support from the African American community. Today, it's at 16%.
Nice.
So that's like 30% increase, you know?
And there are all kinds of commercials and so forth saying, you got to stick together, black men. You got to, we got to put this down and all of that. And they're really going hard on the advertising.
Yeah. Well, they usually do go pretty hard. Iranians. Let's see. The real problem is legislation. They pass vague shit so the court can decide what the laws. Oh, yeah. That's the thing. Congress is notorious for this. They don't want to actually say anything specific because they want to be able to use it. Like one side wants to be able to use it against the other side and it goes both ways.
Yeah.
You heard if SCOTUS would take up a tax case, they would find the taxes are unconstitutional, correct? If they did and they actually followed the Constitution, I do believe they would find it what's going on highly unconstitutional. But Iranians love him. Well, yeah, I know they do, but I was talking about a specific group of people who the Democrats think they own. You know, because they used to own them literally back in the day. So now they just figuratively think they own them. Trump received a briefing on plans for fresh strikes on April 30th to compel negotiations. If the fighting resumes, Trump can tell lawmakers he has started a new 60-day clock. Presidents from both parties have repeatedly done so when waging intermittent hostilities since Congress passed the law. You don't say. That's the law. You don't say the War Powers Act. The previous presidents have done the same exact thing.
But that's not Trump, so they don't allow Trump to use those same rules. Come on.
Yeah. Like Absence Mind says, ask any black that isn't an addict, homeless wretch about voter ID. The answer crushes all Democrat talking about. Oh, it does. It's crazy. It's crazy how they do that. Like people go like, I've seen the stuff, and it makes a real interesting thing to see. Oh, here we go. So yeah, this is interesting. So this is from Jim Hansen, one of the Hansen brothers, I think. He says, President Trump perfectly plays the War Power Act with a letter to the Senate saying, on April 7th, I ordered a ceasefire. There has been no exchange of fire since. The hostilities that began on February 28th are terminated. He reset the clock on the War Powers Act. He then states that he's keeping forces in the region in case they are needed, reserving his right as commander-in-chief to use them as needed. He also said he considers the War Power Act unconstitutional, but is complying with it to avoid a conflict over that. Bop, A-O-A, bop, bop, A-O-A-O. The extra older brother for sure. Yeah, this is probably the guy who was like the actual that wrote all those songs. Because clearly he can write. So he's absolutely correct, as the War Power Act has never been to SCOTUS and does significantly infringe on the President's Article 2 powers. But until that is adjudicated, it is best to play along with the requirements while not losing one bit of freedom of maneuver as Commander-in-Chief. And here's the letter right here. E-bop, A-O-A-O-E-bop. I write to inform you of changes in the posture of the United States. As part of my efforts to keep the Congress fully informed, I reported to the Congress that on February 28th, the United States forces initiated Operation Epic Fury, and began conducting precision strikes against the regime of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I ordered that operation consistent with my responsibility to protect the Americans and the United States' interests at home and abroad, and in furtherance of the United States' national security and foreign policy interests. On April 7th, I ordered a 2-week ceasefire, and the ceasefire has since been extended. There's been no exchange of fire. The hostilities that began on February 28th have terminated. I mean, because what did the Democrats want? They want him to say, like, well, okay, that Iran can now attack us and then we can't do anything back? That's crazy. So I have and will continue to direct the United States forces consistently with my responsibility to the Constitution and its commander-in-chief. Yeah, so that's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing. Oh, and we got this. This is interesting. So experts are going to break down Trump's options. Huh. Well, so Trump tells Congress hostilities have terminated. Tariffs, baby, tariffs, like drill, baby, drill. Yeah. We'll get to those in a minute here.
Country has ever done it. It's never been, as you know, most people consider it totally unconstitutional. Also, we had a ceasefire, so that gives you additional time. But no other country's done it. We're in the midst of a big victory. This is a victory like we haven't had since Venezuela, okay, to be honest with you. We haven't had, but, you know, we have a country that lost its way. It really lost its way. That's our country in terms of the military. Now we have a great military. We're on our way to another victory, a big victory. And I don't think that it's constitutional what they're asking for. These are not patriotic people that are asking. You know, when they say, even the losers, even the ones that say all the wrong things, admit that it's been amazing what we've done. The strait is totally shut down. It's flawless. It's totally 100% shut down. Now, we've been dealing with Iran. They want to make a deal. They're not there. They're not with it. They're sort of, they get close, and then a new group of people come in. They don't know who their leaders are. They have no idea who their leaders are, but they're very confused, and that's because of the success we've had militarily. They essentially have no military.
That's a president weighing in on something Ed talked about, that reality based in law. The president only gets 60 days to use military forces in a conflict without then needing.
We haven't been getting any news out of Cuba. You know, that's something that I'm interested in too. Why we're not getting any news? I know they're supposedly trying to get some kind of deal to try to figure something out. There's been people there, like they allowed the FBI to come in to investigate the stuff that happened with those people that tried to go in by boat. So, but I would like to find out what's going on with Cuba, since Venezuela low. Yeah. So I guess, but Venezuela, I didn't really think Venezuela so much as a military operation. That was more like just a straight police action of they just went in, did what they had to do and got right out. I mean, you could do that all the time, really. And there was nothing anyone could do to stop you. You could just go in, get people, get out constantly. Like maybe they should do that with Cuba. Go get the communist leaders of Cuba.
Congressional approval. After that, unless Congress approves the war or authorizes use of force, our troops have got to come home. As Ed just mentioned, that 60-day clock expires tonight. School of War podcast host, Free Press columnist, and CBS News contributor Aaron McLean joins us now to talk about this. Aaron,
let's hear what these idiots
say. CBS News 24/7. Walk us through your reaction to what the president just had to say.
Well, I'm not surprised that the president, Secretary Hegseth, and others are looking for a justification for this vote not to be held. I think the claim that the clock somehow pauses because there's a ceasefire is it's a pretty questionable one, not least because part of the ceasefire involves this ongoing blockade of Iran, which is a military operation generally conceived as an act of war to blockade another country. So it's not really clear what the nature of the ceasefire is anyway. However, thin legal justification, but the basic political fact here is that this AUMF, this authorization for the use of military force, which is what the law is called, which the United States has not passed one of these things since the two we passed not long after 9/11, would have to clear the United States Senate. And in the United States Senate, it would need the support of at least some Democratic senators to clear a filibuster. I think the odds of that are pretty limited.
Well, the president also gave some insights on what could happen.
But there is a current AMUF which is still ongoing, which says the U.S. can go after terrorists. It just says go after terrorists. So, aren't they terrorists? Venezuela was not an operation. It was a message about FAFO. That's right. Where do they find these soy boys? I don't know. They get these people like some of these people I've seen on CNN and stuff lately, and these things is like they're like 12 years old or something. Is what they look like. Like I don't think they have any. They've not grown any facial hair or anything yet. They talk like idiots, and their whole point is just cut people off. The Senate is not the commander. That's correct. The Senate is not the commander. I mean, the bottom line is all Congress could do is pass something to withhold funding. That's what they can do. That's all they can do. That's what the Constitution does. They have the power to purse. So they can say, we're not going to give, we're going to withdraw, no more money. So that's it. That's the only option they have. That's the Constitution. That's the way it works. They can just say no more money. And so they just have to use the money that's already authorized.
Next, let's go ahead and listen to that, and then I want to get your take.
Debriefing you on a different approach, options. What kind of options? How would it look different?
There are options. I mean, do we want to go and just blast the hell out of them and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal? I mean, those are the options.
Do you want to go blast the hell out of them?
I prefer not. Forever? On a human basis, I prefer not, but that's the option. Do we want to go in there heavy and just blast them away?
Okay, so you heard the president there use the word options. As you hear some of those options laid out, which do you think is most likely?
Well, I think there's three broad courses of action ahead. One is a return to military operations, which you hear the president expressing some reserve about there, but certainly not ruling it out. And I think what you would see is a strike on Iranian economic targets, just like was being contemplated earlier this month. If you recall all the talk about bridges and power plants, I think targets like that would be on the list. But of course, that would provoke Iranian retaliation, and we would see a return to combat, much like we had earlier this spring. The other possible outcome is a deal. It could be a good deal by the terms of this administration, or it could be a bad deal by their terms. And right now, as the president seems to suggest, the two sides are not particularly close. So I would actually, if you're going to make me make a prediction, I would go with door number 3. And door number 3 is continued stalemate, this kind of game of economic chicken, maybe even economic suicide pact the longer it goes on, where we blockade them and they close the Strait of Hormuz, and we all wait to see what breaks first economically.
Who blinks?
I would go with New Deal,
because
New Deal always works.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. Does this idiot think that Iran can outlast us? Really? Like, they were already economically insolvent pretty much because they spend all they spend any money on is just military stuff. That's all they constantly. If they would have spent any money on the civilian populace, like to get them things like roads and bridges, like things that weren't for military purposes, it would be a different story. But the people there are hurting. I feel bad for the people of Iran, but the people of Iran need to step up. They need to take their future into their hands.
Jim, those women have jobs and all of that. So, they got all they need.
Well, they have hijabs. They just need regular jobs. Iran has no military left. They still have people. That's the thing. Like it didn't seem to me from the stuff I've seen that we were targeting actually like barracks and like facilities that house like personnel. We were just taking out weapon systems. We didn't like hit, like barracks and stuff basically, which we could have, we can, like all these places where you got this military, these people, they all sleep somewhere. It's not like they're all sleeping at their houses. They're sleeping in barracks and stuff. GHO did not need GHO did not.
Department of Defense.
I think you're saying he's saying Barack Hussein Obama did not need Congress's approval because Barack Hussein Obama was the demon rat god. Yeah, he was. I'm going to tell you folks about the thing about the right. They grabbed their guns and their Bibles, and they're evil, and they're all going to die. Yep, we're going to kill them. Mm-hmm. That's Obama.
It does sound like him.
Who is backing Iran? Lebanon is not in a position to come to their aid. Right now, the only people keeping Iran alive, basically, and by alive, I don't mean like living. I'm saying just keeping them able to even do anything is China and Russia. That's it. Mainly China. mainly China. Like honestly, like I have a way that Trump could solve everything and everything would work out in our advantage and it'd be great. Is Trump goes to Russia, talks to Putin and says, hey, listen, why don't you come in with us and we'll form a cartel, a new cartel for energy. The US, Russia, the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Venezuela. And basically control 80% of the world's oil.
Yep.
And everyone's got to come through them. And then great translations for my really poor spelling. Well, you know what, dude? I'm an expert at figuring out what people are trying to say when they have to get by YouTube censors. Or just, have fat fingers like me.
Or if they're drunk out of their mind like me.
Yeah.
Hope to see you back here on CBS News 24/7.
Yeah, so that was that. So that was these experts. So, yeah, so that's what Trump said. Oh, maybe we'll do this real quick. This one, let's see. Here's this clown.
Resolution specifies that a war initiated by a president without congressional approval must be concluded within 60 days.
Ultimately, I would defer to the White House and White House counsel on that. However, we are in a ceasefire right now, which our understanding means
a reset.
Wow, is that just great? My internet decides to act
the
like
60-day clock pauses.
Oh, look at this. Yeah, Plattner, this Nazi dude. Wow, look at it. He's a Nazi and he's got a black guy standing there, a lesbian, and another lesbian. That's crazy. And he's got a Nazi tattoo on his chest. He goes around Zig Heiland stuff. Yeah. And for some reason, this lady who thought she was going to be like the next big star on the left, obviously some stuff happened with her that she had to drop out. I don't buy it that she's like, oh, I didn't have the money, because the Democrat establishment was backing her. So she had all their money. So either they pulled the money out for some reason, which means they found something. They're like, oh, shit, you got to go. But we're going to have to watch. I was telling Joe last night, we're going to have to watch and see if the Dems actually dump money into Plattner. It's possible. I'm not saying this is the case, but it's possible the reason Mills dropped out was because the polling, they looked at the polling and are like, yeah, you're not going to be able to win. You're just going to cost us a ton of money. We're going to dump, $1 billion in there and you're not going to win. It's just going to be a waste of money that we can spend other places where we have a chance to win. Because every 6 years, the Democrats say they're going to take Collins out. Every 6 years for the past 30 years. We're going to get her this time. And they haven't. Because she is what the main, people, like I say, I don't like her. I think she sucks. I don't think she's a real Republican. But the people of Maine, for whatever reason, they like her.
She will eventually die, Jim.
She will.
Eventually,
I know. Oh, Jonathan has a good question here. So is a tariff an act of war? It's an economic blockade. So POTUS gives up foreign diplomatic power. How far can it go? Well, that's what they want. They don't want the president to do anything. They just want a president that's like Joe Biden, who doesn't make any decisions and let other people make decisions. That's what they want. That's what they want. That's what they want. Trump formally tells Congress about the deadline. All right. Trump declares hostilities with Iran terminated. Plattner's Oyster Farm has one customer, his mother's restaurant. Yeah, I saw that. I think you posted that earlier. Do you have a link for that or something, as hacker, that you can send me? That's claiming that there's only one customer and it's the mother's restaurant, and he only does like $5,000 worth of business in a year. So he's like a true commie. Yeah, Rhino scum. Yeah, Rhino. Yeah. What's up, NASCAR Mo? Great to see you. He said, yeah, go over there. Trump goes, go over there and watch. So Trump notified Congress hostilities against Iran have been terminated. By declaring it over, Trump is effectively resetting the clock, potentially making it more difficult for Congress to challenge his authority. Yeah. What did you think was going to happen? I ordered a 2-week ceasefire. The ceasefire was extended. I saw that. So Hegseth previewed a version of the administration's argument before the Senate Armed Services Committee. I mean, what are the Democrats going to do? They're going to take him to court? They're going to take him to court and be like, oh, no, you got to stop. The courts ain't going to get involved. They might try. I mean, I won't put it past one of these tyrannical lower court inferior judges to try to insert themselves into like military planning, but that would get struck down so fast by the higher court. So, yeah, so the demon rats reject that view, arguing that, oh, there's any troops there, that counts. Well, I want to point out that, we did have troops in Somalia for like 2 years fighting on and off. And there was never any authorization for it at all. Like the whole movie, Black Hawk Down, that was like a war in Somalia that was not authorized by Congress. Ever. And then Todd Young says, it sounds like there's some wiggle room he provided him or for himself. We'll take a look at whatever they send over. So the measure failed that they wanted to try and get him to stop. It was 2 Republicans, Susan Collins, and of course, Rand Paul, the guy who votes against anything a Republican wants to do, voted with the Demon Rats. So, but there's still 3 people missing that didn't vote. Probably one of them, I think, is Mitch McConnell, because I don't think anybody's seen Mitch McConnell in months. Trump has made clear that he remains open to future actions. Of course he does. You don't ever rule anything out. Department of War continues to update its force posture to address Iranian proxy forces threats and to protect the United States and its allies. Well, of course, that's what you got to do. That's the president's job. That's the president's job. All right, here we go, people. So the president's job is to protect us, and his job is to protect us in the way that he most deems fit. Like that he takes the pick of how he's going to do it, and that's what he does. And that's why you elect the president. It's the one person. He's the only person that's elected by the whole country, that the entire country votes on. So that's why they have the power that they have. And that's why judges that aren't voted for by anyone shouldn't have any types of power like this. They shouldn't.
Yep.
So
the Pope.
The Pope. Yeah. Pope
was he elected? Was he elected?
Well, he was elected by like a group of other people who probably have suspicious things in their background, I would say.
Something's okay.
What do you want, fella? You were just outside. What do you want? Come on, go lay down. Go in bed. Lay down. Go lay down in bed. Come on. Go lay in bed. So yeah, the Pope taps an illegal alien and DEI warrior as a leading U.S. mission.
Pope taps.
He goes tap, tap, tap it in. Now get behind you and just tap, tap, tap it in. Oh, I guess he forgot to raid me. Oh well. Oh well. There it is. What it is. Pope Leo the whatever XIV. What is that? The 14th. Leo the 14th. The new head of several agencies across the U.S. on Friday, including an illegal alien and a staunch defender of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Yeah, tap that ass. That's what he's doing. Lewiston, Maine, just elected a smelly mayor. Maine is the next state to have fraud exposed. Smellies were dropped off in Maine more than 20 years ago. Yeah, they've been there. They've been there quite a while. Quite a while. Oh yeah. The lineup includes Father Robert Boxey III, who was selected as an auxiliary bishop of the Archdiocese of Washington, D.C., and Bishop Avelio Menevar, who was named Bishop of Wheeling, Charleston, which includes all of West Virginia, according to a statement by the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Washington. Menejavar, a 55-year-old El Salvadoran, previously attempted to illegally cross the border 3 times before he was successfully smuggled into the country in a car in 1990. That means he's a 3-time felon. That means he's a 3-time felon.
No, Jim, that actually means he's too stupid to get across the border, which means, what the fuck?
No, it means he was stopped coming. He illegally crossed. They stopped him, turned around, and brought him back, because that's what they used to do all the time. They'd be like, "What? No, go back." But they should be charging these people with the felonies. No, that's what he's a felon. So we have a felon that's the head of the church. This is crazy. I can't believe they would do that. He was eventually chosen to be the first Salvadoran bishop in the U.S. in 2023. Wow. Huh. So this guy's like really up on how to scam and grift, because he could have became a priest in. Sent the link to your email, not an easy read though. Well, thank you. Thank you. I'll look for it in a second. We'll pull that up.
Pull up.
I'll pull up. I don't see it here. Oh, here it is. Never mind. Got it right here. Okay, free beacon. All right, I will talk about this in a minute. There we are. So he's named as illegal alien. Says as a teenager, he made 3 attempts to enter the United States illegally. That means he's a criminal. He's a felon. If you're talking about Rob, he went late with his members after party talking about Eric's house. No, I know, but normally, like, it's not. He doesn't owe me anything. No, I'm not saying that in any way, shape, or form. Just sometimes he'll send the members over here after he's done when he does the members thing afterwards. So that's all. That's all I was saying. What's up, Terry Finn? How you doing? Yeah. Hello, Terry. Great to see you. He finally arrived in California in 1990, having been smuggled in the trunk of a car. Oh, well, he should get arrested right now and deported.
Wait. So, is this the Pope we're talking about?
No, the Pope. This is who the Pope supposedly was born in Chicago.
Oh, okay. So was Al Capone, I think.
Well, Al Capone was actually born in New York, I think. Or Al Capone might have been born in Italy.
But I thought it was the night Chicago died. The night Chicago died.
No, it's the day the music died. I'm saying bye, Miss Al Capone. I drove his Chevy into Levy and a levee.
I like how you mix those two together.
Yeah. The good old booze. We're drinking whiskey and rye, singing "This will be the day of bootleggers." This will be, and something else rhymes with that word. And I'm not going to say it. I think he was hungry and he was getting called for dinner. Yeah, no problem. No worries. I appreciate it. And anytime Rob does it, I'm grateful and appreciate it. He doesn't owe me anything. When he does it, it's just a wonderful thing. That's all. Do you not see suffering in your neighbors? Do you not realize the pain and misery and the very real fear and anxiety these unjust government operations and policies are causing? Oh, so the guy who snuck across the border 4 fucking times is telling us how we should run our country. Fuck him. This is the exact reason I will never go back to a Catholic church. They can go fuck themselves. My, this is an Anakin guy. Maybe Vader someday later, but he's still.
Oh yes, that was the best Weird Al ever.
Yep. Yeah, no, my conscience is disturbed, Menavar, and I will not stay quiet. You should be arrested and immediately deported. You admitted to sneaking into the country illegally 4 times. Sorry, you gots to go. I just feel the same way here, Jim. Well, I'm just saying, I mean, it's bad enough, all the stuff they did to kids in the 80s and 90s, or 70s, 60s, 50s, all the way back. But I mean, I know many people who were victims of touchy priests, let's say. Christopher Hale, author of Letters from Leo and formerly of the Obama-Biden White House. Oh, what do you know? So the guy who writes all this stuff from the Pope was on the Obama-Biden White House staff. Oh, go figure. Go figure. Hey, Brian, great to see you tonight. Thanks for being here. The tweet was in context of the relationship between President Trump and El Salvador's President Nayib Bukele. So this bishop, or whatever his name is pissed that now El Salvador is safe and it's not the murder capital of the world and people aren't just getting killed left and right. I mean, he's mad about that. He wants people to die and suffering. That seems the opposite of what a good Christian would want.
It's not good PR, though, Jim. Come on.
Yeah. He called this appointment remarkable because he will be leading a state that roughly 90% white and voted for Trump by 42 points. So you're not going to tell me that this was not a direct political action by this Pope, a thumb in the eye to Trump. It was, and to the people of West Virginia. If you live in West Virginia, my advice to you is to go to your church. If you're a Catholic and you go to church, go to your church and say, I'm sorry, I cannot. Hold on. What's up, buddy? What's up? Shut the door, please. Come on. You're going to pinch your fingers. Stop. Oh, hey, Harold. Thank you. Thanks for the membership. Glad you feel better. Well, I still don't feel 100%. Yeah, the kiddo trying to come in the door. So, I mean, that's what I would do. I would go to your church and say, I can no longer tithe any money to you. I can no longer participate in this because the church has decided to become political. The Pope decided to become political and make appointments to screw around with politics, to interfere with the workings of our country. So, fuck you. Have a nice day.
Yep.
Yeah, Pope Leo appoints the youngest bishop in United States history. The new auxiliary bishop of Washington. He's been outspoken against the White House's attack against racial diversity. Oh, yeah. So Boxey is one of the new auxiliary bishops. He's a Harvard-educated lawyer raised in Louisiana who served as a chaplain of Howard University. Why do I have a feeling this guy's sounds like the like exact, biography or whatever you want to call it for, like of someone who would be a map.
Which belong on
like,
the wall.
Yes.
On the wall. Yes.
We're a diverse nation with people. Oh, look at that. He's got the same hairdo as those other two people.
But does he have the tall hat? No.
I don't think so.
Look at the hat.
I mean, and like this whole thing, like I've really been bothered by everybody's crying about the Voting Rights Act because the entire reason that they had to enact the Voting Rights Act was because Democrats were racially discriminating against black people. Because you're talking about states that were like one party controlled states at the time, in the first half, basically the first half of the 20th of, the 20th century, basically, from 19 all the way through 1900s, all the way to like 1968 or 69. I think it was right up to 68. Alabama, Louisiana, Texas, Georgia, South Carolina, Mississippi, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, they were one party Democrat states. Like there was no Republicans getting elected anywhere, and everything they did was to maintain their power. Even though the black people at the time were going to vote for Democrats, they didn't want them to elect black Democrats. If you look at the history of who was elected to office in the United States, you will see that from like 1870 all the way up until like 1965, the only black people elected to Congress were Republicans. That's it. There wasn't no Democrats. And now basically it's like, oh, we're going to give these people this thing. And basically what they were doing is creating these districts and basically taking power away from people that wouldn't vote for them and give it, what I mean? They were diluting other people's votes to make sure they had this thing because they were like, well, to them it was about power. It wasn't they're still racists, but they were like, well, we could deal with a few of them, so we'll just do this. But I mean, if you look around, like there's a bunch of African Americans who are elected to federal office that are Republicans. None of them are in minority, like these minority districts.
Yeah,
they're in regular districts because Republicans don't care what your color skin is. If you're good, you do your things, you do it. Yeah. Blacks have been told the party's flipped and they bought in the myth. No, they didn't. It's not what happened. It was actually FDR, the stuff that FDR did that convinced these people, because you got to remember, like when FDR did that stuff, there was people who were still alive that were from slavery. So these people were like, oh shit, our government's going to give us stuff. We'll finally get our 40 acres and a mule. So they thought that's what was happening with the New Deal and everything. So they switched to Democrats because they thought they were going to get their payouts. And it just stayed that way. Prior to FDR, almost every African American in the U.S. was a Republican.
They still get the newsletter, though, and they believe the newsletter. So, there you go.
Yeah, well. Yeah, so these appointments come after Trump shared posts criticizing the Pope and telling him to focus on a great Pope, not a politician. So would you say the Pope was doing that, focusing on being a good Pope, or was he being a politician saying, fuck you, I'm going to put people in charge that are going to undermine you. They're going to talk shit about you. Because honestly, I think if these people that are, are spewing politics from the pulpits, then they should lose their tax exempt status. They should not be able to pay no taxes if they're going to engage in politics. Sorry, they're no longer religion. Right? What do you think?
I agree.
What's this say?
Oop.
Most practice
Gifted membership.
gifted membership. Oh, look at that. Brian Octed gifted 1. Jim tells you membership. Thank you. Thank you so much. That means now that IHW Clips, In Hot Water Clips. Oh, it's a channel. If you guys, I don't know if you guys know what In Hot Water is. It's a show that used to be on Compound Media with a friend of mine. People that I consider friends did it. And In Hot Water Clips is a show that just would take clips and put it on YouTube. Good channel. Good channel to follow. Good people. Nice guy. So the diocese says Brennan, 79, will remain on as an apostolic administrator through July 1st. We'll celebrate the massive installation, marking the bishop-designate Menedvar's tenure as bishop at 2 p.m. on July 2nd at the Cathedral of St. Joseph in Wheeling. Yes, great gift. Thank you. I mean, this guy looks like he could be heading a cartel. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like, he's smuggling drugs inside.
That's a lot of pink, Jim. That's a lot of pink.
That's what I'm saying. He's smuggling in stuff and like Bibles and statues of the Virgin Mary and stuff like that. Look at how Washington Post says Pope Leo picks former undocumented immigrant. No, he was an illegal alien. He snuck in 4 fucking times. That's not undocumented. Undocumented, I could see maybe saying that to someone who overstayed their visa because they had a document to let them come and then the document expired.
Yeah.
So you could say, well, they no longer have the document. But saying that about people that sneak across the border, hey, G Sharkman, what's up? You're not really used to early, Jim. Well, Jim's trying to keep a somewhat steady schedule. It seems for whatever reason, since I started going at 7 o'clock, this channel's been growing a little faster and more people have come, and I've had some really good shows that have had, 2,500 views, 3,000 views on the show. So they do wear dresses. Well, yeah, that's what's with that. All right. So yeah, so I think and people, if you're a Catholic and you live in any of these dioceses that have these people, if you live in any diocese for that matter, just tell them you're done with them. Tell them you said, 3 Our Fathers and 4 Hail Marys, and you don't have to deal with their bullcrap anymore.
And 1 Station of the Cross, that will get you recognition.
You're a prostitute? I'm sorry, Protestant? It's a joke, Snarf. Trump slaps 25% tariff on European Union cars, says bloc not complying with trade deals. Agnostic, really. Yeah, that's right. Illegal alien. Yes, he was. Illegal alien. President Trump on Friday announced that he has increased tariffs on European Union cars and trucks. He slapped a 25% tariff on the European Union after the bloc refused to fully comply with the trade deal. Oh, so we made a deal with them and they weren't complying. Last July, under the Turnberry Agreement, the European Union agreed to invest $600 billion in the U.S. by 2028 and purchase $750 billion in U.S. energy. EU-U.S. trade deal with 50% tariffs for 27 country bloc was secured after the Union Commission President Ursula von der Leyen met with President Trump in Scotland. Yeah, and if you guys look into this Ursula von der Leyen, she never got elected to anything. The way it was supposed to work is the president was supposed to be voted for by everyone of the European Union, like it's supposed to be an election. But the reason they just stuck her in is because the person who actually won was someone who was against illegal immigration, was against all this massive migrant movement and all this other crap. And so we can't have that person. So we're just going to say we can pick someone else. And that's what they did. They just picked this broad who was never elected to anything.
Jim, are you saying we can't pick popular people? Come on.
She's not popular. That's the thing. She's not popular. She's a bureaucrat.
Mr. Trump, can you do better than 15% tariff rate for the EU?
Better meaning lower?
Yeah.
No. Mr. President, to return to God.
No.
I do like that. No. Just no.
Can't do better. Cannot do better. Companies that make vehicles in the United States will be exempt from the tariffs. So yeah, so if you have Bella's farting. Wow.
That was you, Jim. That was
no, it wasn't me. If it was me, I would know it was me. I am pleased to announce that based on the fact the European Union is not complying with our fully agreed to trade deal. Next week, I'll be increasing the tariffs coming into the United States, which is good. I mean, we got to stop. That's the thing is for years and years and years, they played these games where they would make a deal and say, we're going to stick by the deal. And then they wouldn't stick by the deal because they were basically reliant on feckless leadership in the U.S. that wouldn't really actually enforce anything. They would just go, oh, we want to be liked. We don't, yeah. Many automobile and truck plants are currently under construction with over $1 billion being invested, a record in the history of car and truck manufacturing. These plants, staffed by American workers, will be opening soon. There has never been anything like what's happening in America today. Pretensions matter. So are they building the plants or they're not building the plants? I fell behind, and just around the time she was talking about the Pope, I'm not going to like it. Question for those of you in the future. I don't see why you wouldn't like when you see what he did, Joe. When you see what he did, what he purposely did, basically, the big F you to every American Catholic. Like, who does he think he is? He's basically proving right all the people who said you can't have a Catholic president because they'd be subservient to the Pope, because he thinks he's in charge. He thinks he's running shit.
Oh, damn. Those Kennedys were wrong. Damn it.
Yeah, that's why Bella was getting up, probably wanted to go outside to go poop. I think she poops on her bed. It's your fault. No, she's not going to poop on her bed. I had her out before the show started. I had her out at 6:30 and she peed and pooped. So that's why I don't understand what she wants. Like, if she had to go out, she would be making a bunch of noise saying, take me out, take me out.
She pooped on Jim's shoe.
Yeah.
She did.
President Trump spoke to reporters on the South Lawn about his decision to raise the tariffs. Well, good. Let's see what he has to say.
We raised the tariffs on cars coming in from the European Union because the European Union was not adhering to the trade deal we have. So based on that, now, when they build their plants, of which they're spending over $100 billion, all countries, not just the Union. And when those plants open, there won't be any tariffs. But we raised the tariffs because they were not, as usual, they were not adhering to the agreement that we have. We have a trade deal with the European Union. They were not adhering to it. So I raised the tariffs on cars and trucks to 25%. That's billions of dollars coming into the United States, and it forces them to move their factory production much faster. We have right now in the United States over $100 billion of car plants being built. It's a record. We've never had anything like it from all countries, Japan, South Korea, by the way, Canada, Mexico, they're all building plants in the United States. But the European Union was not adhering to the deal that we made.
Oh, here, Choosy says that 2 moderators already got blocked tonight. That's not too good judgment, Jim. Well, here's the thing, Choosy, is anyone in the chat can block anyone they want. Like moderators, I prefer they not block people, because if you block somebody in the chat as a moderator, it blocks everybody from seeing it, basically hides them on the channel, which I don't.
Right.
I don't have anybody blocked on this channel. Yep. There isn't anyone blocked at all. But if you have a problem with somebody, block them if you don't want to hear what they have to say. I mean, unless somebody is doing something like threatening family members or talking, like talking about people's kids or wives, stuff like that, personal attacks on people. Other than that, these are just ideas and people bouncing ideas off, people speaking their mind. It shouldn't never rise to the level of people being that upset by it. It really shouldn't, unless you're being personal. You're personally attacking people. That's the only reason anyone should be upset.
About that Trump video there. So people keep saying Trump is losing his mind. His faculties are gone. He sounds really, really intelligent there.
I think, honestly, what I'm hearing is I think he might have dentures. I think occasionally you hear which, I mean, he is of that age where he probably has dentures.
Yeah. Yep.
So maybe I think you're hearing like dentures slipping and stuff like that. So I don't know if that's what it is, because occasionally you hear that where it's like not a lisp, but like a liquidy, almost like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Many y'all, so if I don't understand though, because if they're building the plants that they said they were going to build, why? It seems like what is he doing? He's saying they're building the plants, right? Or is he saying it's different countries building the plants? Is it not the European countries building the plants? I'm confused by this. It's not really explaining it to me. There's never been anything like what's happening. Oh, yeah. Texas and Oklahoma says, I find it personal. It isn't personal personality. Well, is that literally or figuratively? The president also didn't say under which authority he would implement the tariffs. Nope, the EU is not building plants. Oh, okay. If the EU is not building car plants, then fuck them. They gotta take their medicine. Well, here's the thing. If there was a trade agreement that was ratified by Congress, then and they're not complying with it, and one of the options is to do this, then I think I know. I was just kidding around too. That's what I'm saying. Like, I hope people don't get upset when I say things because I'm just trying to put the facts out as best I can understand them. You know what I mean? Is what they mean to me. I'm not belittling anybody. I'm not trying to call anybody stupid, except for the demon rats. I'll call them. Listen. The initial agreement between had a tariff ceiling of 50% on goods from the EU, but the Supreme Court ruling reduced that to 10%. Okay. The Trump administration is in the middle of investigations on the trade imbalances. A deal is a deal. As the United States' largest trading partner, the EU expects the U.S. to honor its commitments. Oh. Even if they're not honoring their commitments, isn't that how it works? Usually, isn't it like it goes both ways? Like, if they have commitments they're not honoring, then it means we don't have to honor our commitments. Yeah, they originally opposed a 30% tariff, and then they placed a 10% baseline tariff on nearly every country in the world. Oh, Absent says, I'm correct at Germany looking to build plants, but no one else, like UK or Italy. Yeah, wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be great to have a Ferrari factory in the US? So you didn't have to wait for stuff to come from, not saying I do. I'm just saying, some people, when they gotta get parts or something for the car, it takes a long time because they got to come across the ocean and everything.
Yeah, Jim has all these Ferrari parts and all that, so he doesn't care, but
Trump says he will raise tariffs on European cars and trucks to 25%. Hey, Kelly, what's up? Thanks for being here. Rewinding? Oh, you can rewind. You can rewind now or you can rewind later. Oh, hold on. I got. Oh, hold on a second. How are you still here? I'll be right back. Talk to the people for a second. I got to go say goodbye to my grandson. He's leaving and give something out of my car for him.
See you guys. Hey, everybody. How you doing? I know nothing about what the fuck I'm doing, but I am here on Jim's channel. So let's talk about something. Moderator shouldn't be blocking people. That's up to Jim. Well, it's up to Jim and it's up to, everybody else. And small-time pseudo makers. Okay. And here we are, people. Here we are. Let me see. What can I do here? Ooh, I can remove that. I can do that. That. Maybe that. Ooh. Oh, there you go. I'm just playing around, people, because, I've never had the ability to do this.
They left. I didn't get to say goodbye to my grandson. Now I'm
sad. Damn.
I know. I didn't see the text message that they were leaving. Normally he sleeps here. Okay. All right. Let's add this to stay. So Trump says he's going to raise the tariffs. We saw that. Let's see what legal insurrection has to say. Oh, man. I guess so. Trump's raising the tariffs.
Hiccups.
I got the hiccups bad, man.
I know.
So Trump's going to raise the tariffs. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, the bottom line is, I think it's up to them. I think it's up to them to fulfill their, obligations. So many automobile truck plants are currently under construction with over $100 billion being invested, a record. There has never been anything like what's happening in America today. Yeah, but there's not the European plants. I think this is the one we watched already. Right?
We raised the tariffs on cars coming in from the European Union because the European Union was not adhering to the trade deal we have. So based on that, now, when they build their plants, of which they're spending over $100 billion, all countries, not just the Union. When those plants open, there won't be any tariffs. But we raised the tariffs because they were not, as usual, they were not adhering to the agreement that we have. We have a trade deal with the European Union. They were not adhering to it. So I raised the tariffs on cars and trucks to 25%. That's billions of dollars coming into the United States, and it forced them to move their factory production much faster. We have right now in the United States over $100 billion of car plants being built. It's a record. We've never had anything like it from all countries: Japan, South Korea, by the way, Canada, Mexico. They're all building plants in the United States. But the European Union was not adhering to the deal that we.
Wow. Trying to see where we at here. I don't see it. 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 All right. So that's what's happening there. Bloomberg noted that the tariffs could have a particular impact on Stellantis NV, which imports Alfa Romeo, Fiat, and Maserati models into the U.S. from Europe. Well, they should be building them here then. What about a half teaspoon of baking soda and about a half glass of water? Drink it down, gets rid of my hiccups. However, you will burp a marathon burp. Well, I don't know. Whenever I drink baking soda, like I was told to do that for like acid reflux, but anytime I've ever drank the baking soda, it makes me vomit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I basically burp, like it all comes flying out.
Yeah. So. Vomit instead of Listerine.
Man, my hand is like fucking, like locking up. So. Jim, many Catholics like me can't stand the last three popes. They're too political. He's forcing Trump to keep that illegal priest. If it gets him out, it's like breaking relations with the Vatican. I know, but I'm just saying, but he purposely did that, Joe. He purposely did that. He purposely picked the DEI guy and this guy. He's purposely doing things. Purposely doing things to poke at people.
The Pope is doing things to poke at people. Okay.
Oh, here. And then here's, you guys were asking about Susan Collins before. It says Trump's Iran war approaches a critical deadline for Susan Collins. So it's for Susan Collins. What's happening here? What? Why won't it let me control this at all?
There you go.
Oh, there we go. Wow, it was like not working. Is that my computer being stupid? My computer is acting retarded. Wow. I don't know what's going on. My computer is like pausing and freezing and not doing stuff. Like right now, I'm trying to make it go up and down. It's not moving.
So many stories. So many things.
Yeah, maybe I should close a couple
tabs. Yes, out of 50 tabs, close half of them.
Yeah. So, wow, look at this. Look at these. Oh, look at these great drawings they have on the walls there. Yeah, I know. I know the Pope is from the current town of Chicago, but I'm convinced that he must be from the north side. Just saying. He's not from the south side. We don't play that shit.
The night Chicago.
Yeah, Paul was the last good Pope. That's right. Pope John Paul II was the last good Pope. I'm not going to vouch for any of the stuff he did during World War II. I've heard stuff. That's all I'll say. I've heard stuff.
Yeah, but Paul the First was the guy, and we know that the mob killed him. I watched the movie.
Yeah. What? They want me to Bangor Daily. They want me to subscribe to read their stupid article. No.
Oh God, I hate that shit.
No, I won't. I won't do it.
I won't do it.
So and then Iran made a new proposal. Trump's not happy with it. We've already got through all the stories that were on the thing. So, what? Trump is not happy. You swear somebody said he was from New Jersey? I don't know. I swear they said maybe he wasn't born in Chicago, or maybe he was born in Chicago, moved somewhere else, or he was born somewhere else and then grew up in Chicago. I'm not sure. Wasn't it Pope John Paul II that kissed the Quran? I don't know if he did. I don't think he did. I know the other popes did it. This pope was over in something and signed the Golden Book saying that they would,
This.
Wow, wait, what the hell? Did you see what it did? I sat there and waited for the commercial to be over, and then it goes to another commercial.
Because you sat there. We will not let him get away with this. We will show another.
Retired top U.S. general says Trump has only one option with Iran: resume bombing. UAE says Iran cannot be trusted. Of course.
Bum, bum, bum.
Scott Jennings explodes. Get your effing hand out of my face. Yeah, that was a good one.
And today.
So they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it. So we'll see what happens. Iran wants to make a deal because they have no military left, essentially, and they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it.
Why are you not seeking congressional approval to extend it?
Because it's never been sought before. There's been many times, and nobody's ever gotten it before. They consider it totally unconstitutional. But we're always in touch with Congress. But nobody's ever sought it before. Nobody's ever asked for it before. It's never been used before. Why should we be different?
What is this person saying? I just hear
We have great respect for Pakistan and Islamabad, and
Islam is bad.
tremendous respect for the
Pakistan
Prime
leads.
Minister
Yeah.
and the Field Marshal, and they're working with us. They continue to work with us, but the trip is a very long one, and we're doing everything in terms of negotiating right now. In terms of the negotiation telephonically, they've made strides, but I'm not sure if they ever get there. There's tremendous discord. They're having a tremendous problem getting along with each other in Iran.
Big problem.
The leadership is very disjointed. It's got 2 to 3 groups, maybe 4, and it's a very disjointed
Thanks, Fox Blade.
leadership.
I got your
And
email, by the way.
with that
took a
being
look at
said,
it.
they all want to make a deal, but they're all messed up.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it? Yes, that's crazy, right?
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Not really.
That was crazy, right? No, go away. So Trump said Iran's latest proposal to end the ongoing war is a non-starter. And all options, including future military strikes, are on the table. Yes, because I saw yesterday a story that they're going to deploy the Dark Eagle hypermissile, which I hope it actually works, because we were having a lot of trouble with getting ours to work. It'd be very embarrassing if we tried to use something that didn't work, right?
I was going somewhere totally different from Dark Eagle. I was thinking, well, never mind what I was thinking, but
Or you're thinking like a Blood Eagle? Trump's going to deploy the Blood Eagle, like for Vikings, where they're going to grab the Iranians and Blood Eagle them on the thing?
No, I was thinking like big dark turds. So,
Oh. The Cosby Eagle. We had a conversation with Iran. Let's see what happens, but they're asking for things we can't agree to. Tehran passed its latest proposal to end the war with the U.S. Through mediators on Thursday. They want to make a deal so badly, but they're not there yet. They're just not there. In my opinion, they're not there. Trump administration has insisted that Iran give up its pursuit of nuclear weapons, while Tehran has said issues related to the reopening of the strait must be dealt with first. Well, yeah. I mean, is this really? Are they closing the strait? Or yeah, Joe says, I hope they tested that missile before using it in Iran. It almost sounds. From what I know about it, they haven't had like a lot of successful tests. So that's all. So who knows what they're going to do? I mean, I guess you could use, I mean, if you think in World War II, we did a lot of testing on weapons that we weren't sure if they were going to work or not. You know, I can think of two major ones that we weren't 100% sure they were going to work.
But they did work, you know.
They did work,
eventually.
yeah.
Yeah, eventually.
So he says there's options. You want to blast the hell out of them or you want to try to make a deal? So you prefer, we saw that. So we prefer to not blow them up. Right now, negotiations are going on. They're not getting there, and we're very disappointed. JD Vance. And so they come back. One says one thing, one says another thing. I think that's part of the problem, that nobody knows who's actually in charge. You think somebody's in charge, you're talking to them, and then someone else goes, no, I'm in charge. And it seems like, you know, maybe whoever what they should do is they should find out who's the person that keeps saying no and get rid of that person, and then keep the people that are trying to make the deal and make them become in charge, right? That would be the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's unclear whether the latest proposal even mentions the enriched uranium and weapons program. Previously publicly described, Iranian has plans to avoid the topic altogether. Okay, so of course they want to avoid the topic altogether. Wow, look at that, there's a lot of cars destroyed. Burnt cars are seen at the site of an Israeli strike carried on Al Mazrah in Beirut. Well, that's Beirut. That's a lot of cars, though. Oh, was that like a Joe's Hot Car Lot or something? Among those amendments was a demand that Iran commit to not try to move any of the uranium out of its bomb facilities or restart any activities at those sites. I mean, how do we know? I mean, this is the thing, seriously. How do we know they don't have sites we don't know about? I mean, are we that positive that the U.S. and the Israelis have good enough intelligence that they're not doing stuff we don't know about? Because I would never want to bet my life on that.
No, never.
A regional source suggested Iran's open to a 15 or 20-year moratorium, but Trump has been steadfast in his approach that Iran must agree to never do so again. I mean, if that's the reason, is they don't want to say they'll never do it again, because if they say they'll never do it again, and then if they get caught doing anything, then they're busted. If they say, oh, we're going to do a moratorium on highly enriched uranium, then they could still be enriched in uranium, but they'll say it's not that high. And so they'll play games, you know what I mean, and hide it and do stuff. That's what they want, I think. The news comes on the 60th day of the Iran war. Well, technically, it's not the 60th day. You know, they stopped it. So Trump rushed off the idea that Congress would have to authorize further U.S. actions, because they don't. It's never been done in the past. It's never been done in the past. He further added that it's historically unprecedented for a U.S. president to abide by the 60-day requirement, as no commander-in-chief has ever slammed the brakes on a military operation just because the 60-day clock ran out. I mean, that's true. They've never done that. It's never happened. Many presidents, as you know, have exceeded it, and it's never been used or adhered to. Every other president considered it totally unconstitutional. From Presidents Reagan to Obama have sidestepped the deadline altogether, arguing their actions didn't trigger hostilities, leaning on prior authorizations, or simply pushing past the limit without consequence. There's been no exchange of fire between the United States forces and Iran since April 7th, 2026, Trump told Congress in November. So it's been almost a month. With no fire. So, I mean, that's like half the time. So I guess you got to reset the clock. Like, personally, I think if they just say, okay, hostilities are over, and then they can turn around and go back. Didn't Bush stop the Iraq war because he ran out of time? No, never. Didn't happen. Did not happen. Well, I thought that was Michael Jackson at first.
Close, very close.
Oh, look, there's a fisherman. This is from Islam is Bad from the AP. It says Trump rejected Iran's latest proposal. Trump turned back the latest proposal almost as soon as it was delivered. Iran's state-run news agency said that Iran handed over its plan to mediators in Pakistan on Thursday. They want to make a deal. Yeah, they want to make a deal, but the deal they want to make is a deal that's beneficial to them. So it's been a 3-week ceasefire. So as far as I'm concerned, Jim, I see you didn't read the paragraph in the law that says Trump can't do it. Others, yes. Orange man, no. Yeah, it's in there. It's right in there, and it says right in there, unless the president is a Cheeto. If anyone calls him a Cheeto, then he can't do what he wants. But if you call him a Cheeto or a pedo or a Nazi, then he can't do anything. And it only takes one person to call him that.
Just one.
Everything. Just one.
Yep.
Negotiations have continued by phone. Yeah, because Trump said, I'm not sending people over to play games with you. On Friday, Trump expressed frustration. Like, honestly, they just need to start schwacking these people in charge. That's what they need to do. If you want this to end, you got to get rid of the people that are opposing the deal. There's clearly somebody like the head of the IRGC or whoever it is that's saying no, the person that told the because they had negotiators that were agreeing to stuff, and then the negotiators got called back and basically removed from being negotiators. So whoever did that, whoever made that decision, needs to go. It's like, oh, okay. Once he's gone, now is it good? And if they go, no, there's still this other guy. You go, okay, he's gone now. Now about what? So you just keep knocking off the people that are saying no until you get to the people that go, yes. I mean, it's how the mob negotiates. Maybe. Could be. All right. And then there was a poll taken, and they try to say, oh my God, it's the American public is so against this war. The Dark Eagle is Mach 5. Whatever it hits is going to be hurt. Yeah, but I think the problem, though, from what I understand from the cursory investigation I did, they have a lot of failures that they explode while they're flying. Basically, they'll just self-destruct, basically. Something goes wrong, and they just, poof, self-destruct. So support for Trump using military force in Iran is up slightly from February. What do you know? So it's up slightly. So it's increasingly, the support is getting higher and higher. I mean, I think if Trump actually went to the American people and did like a whole thing, like did a thing where he explained the problems, explained why he's doing this, why it was important, why it's necessary, I think it would swing a lot more people. A new poll shows that more Americans have an opinion on the war in Iran. And the percentage that supports Trump using force grew more than that of those who oppose it. However, a majority of Americans still oppose the use of military force. Well, we're not a direct democracy, so we don't just go what 50 and 1 people say. 50% plus 1 says is what we do. We don't do that. The president still has an obligation to do what he thinks is right to defend the Constitution, protect the American people, and fulfill his oath to the Constitution. It's not a popularity contest. A new Washington Post poll of 2,560 U.S. adults conducted from April 24th to 28th found that only 20% had no opinion. A greater percentage, 56%, still opposed the war, more than they support it. Oh, while the percentage of those supporting force rose by 4 points to 24%. Well, that's crazy. It's only 24%. They didn't poll me. Hey, thank you, Brian Ogden, for the gifted membership. It says here that, American Jane received a gifted membership from Brian Ogden. Thank you, Brian Ogden, and thank you, American Jane, for becoming one of the Jim Somniacs. You too can stay awake all night. With that means we are now just $89 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. As soon as we hit the 2-hour mark, I will reset the counter and put a new goal up on YouTube so everybody can see it. It's up there asking for the, shaking the plate for the tithings. Hey, there she is. Thanks for being here. A poll by the same group found that 20% of adults opposed the war compared to 54% opposed President Trump using force compared to 40% who opposed it. This doesn't make any sense. The same poll found that 20% of U.S. adults opposed President Trump using force compared to 54% who opposed it. How the fuck did they ask this question that this is what they got? So are they something going on here? Because that seems like the same thing. 20% opposed it, while 44% opposed it. What? I have a feeling this poll was asked in such a way that it confused the shit out of people. The poll also found that 61% of adults think the use of military force was a mistake, while 36% see it was the right decision. Oh, so 36% say it was the right decision, but they're saying 20, like only 20. What? Well, how could such the way this poll was? That's the thing people need to realize about polls. All right, the way they ask the questions, a lot of times, is just so that they can get the result they're looking for. They word it, and then they say what the results are, and it's not the questions that were asked. They ask these other nebulous questions, and then they come back and say, "Oh, the poll found this," because that response doesn't make any sense. If 36% of the people say it was the right decision, then wouldn't you think that at least 36% of the people would say they support it? Because how could you not support something you think was the right decision? That makes no sense. The margin of error was 2.2%. I think the margin of error was way more because I think you guys are lying. Who did this poll? Frank Luntz?
Why are you fucking lying?
Oh, here. This one says 61% say the Iran war was a mistake. Oh. Really? Oh. Those were the days.
My friend.
Yeah. He's from Chicago, but celebrated in Newark, New Jersey because of his American Peruvian heritage. Oh, hey, VSync has rated the stream. Thank you so much, VSync. Wow, man, that is so awesome. Thank you so much. Crunchy Crayons. Thank you, Crunchy Crayons. Crunchy crayons, crunchy crayons. Marines love to eat crunchy crayons. I think we saw this already.
Saying congressional approval for the war in Iran isn't needed right now. They claim the current ceasefire reset the clock.
However, we are in a ceasefire right now, which our understanding means
reset the clock.
The clock pauses.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, responding to Democrats, asked whether the
Okay, pause. You missed that show, All in the Family? I have every episode of All in the Family on my I bought the discs and I have them on my computer so I can watch whenever I want. And I still sometimes I'll just pop it on and just do like random episodes to watch. You know, especially when I'm sitting on the turlet. Well, a majority of Americans believe majority of Americans believe the use of force against Iran was a mistake. Okay. Well,
really?
Channel back, etc. Okay.
That's probably because gas prices went up.
Well, yeah, that's the only thing. Like if gas prices went down, they would say it's okay. Like he needs to correct. Like this needs to be fixed. It needs to be stabilized before the 4th of July. If it's not stabilized by the 4th of July, it's going to be rough.
Bad.
It's rough midterm.
Yeah, that's bad. Yep.
No, American Jane. That was a joke because Archie Bunker says he's going to go on the turlet. You know, or he says, "Oh, go to the garage, get me some Earl." That's all. So only 36% of respondents said this action was the right decision. These numbers are similar to public opinion polling about the wars in Iraq and Vietnam. Oh. A majority of respondents said that Israel, which previously waged a 12-day war, had too much of an influence on the Pentagon's decision. Oh. So they found
because they won? Okay.
I don't know. Like, I you know, I'm surprised by how many people who I thought were like very smart people and could like think things out and reason just immediately, like people I know in my real life, people that are like, they are like, it's all the Jews' fault. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what? Like, where do you? Oh, all right, turlet water. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's all. It was a joke. Atlantis was big in the late 60s. Yeah, it was. Golden age. 65% of those surveys said they were not confident that agreement to end the conflict would prevent Iran. So 65% of those surveyed said that they're not confident that an agreement to end the conflict would prevent Iran from developing a nuclear weapon. So does that mean that 65% of people are okay with Iran? They want Iran to get a nuclear weapon? Are these people suicidal? That makes no sense. Another said they're very confident. 24% they were somewhat confident it would. I'm not confident. Donovan, he's a fucking Donovan. Yeah. Look at this. America First says, no matter how much money I donate, no matter how much money I donate, I'll always understand whose channel this belongs to and respect the fact. Well, thank you. But I like to tell you, like I tell you guys, man, when we have our secret meetings, let's not talk. I don't want to say too much about the secret meetings. I don't want people we don't want to show up showing up. I tell you, like I tell you guys in these secret meetings, it's our channel. We're doing this together. It's a community we're growing together. I'm just a guy that's talking on screen, but I'm hoping someday some of you people in the chat will join to talk on stream. Don't scream because that'll hurt my ears. But I really appreciate everything. Every dollar shows me that people care and that they really want this to keep going. So that's all. Thank you. For the 5. So that means we are now $84 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. I guess I shouldn't have talked about the secret meetings because they're not a secret. Sanford and Son was another one of my favorites. Red Fox is so funny. You big dummy. Yep. The polls respondents were notably split on how the Trump administration should proceed in the negotiations. These are people that go like, oh, dang it, no more owls. What happened to the owls? I got owls right outside my house. They're there. Yes, we are family. All my sisters and me. Elizabeth, I coming. I guess the big one. Yeah.
Not funny, Jim. Not funny.
Oh, Bohemian Grove. Maybe. Oh, the owls of Bohemian Grove. Yeah, no good. I don't know if you guys know too. Like we'll probably get to it. That last night was the last broadcast from Alex Jones on InfoWars.
What?
Yeah, he had to shut down. I guess the
Not
Onion.
again.
Something. I don't know. Supposedly, though, he says this is the last, but now he's on to his newest war or something like that, and that like he's got bigger and better things. They've got all new stuff, like a whole new studio and everything that's owned by a different company. So I don't know. Like we'll see. I'm sure he's not just going away. He'll just have a different company. Washington Post ABC Ipsos poll surveyed 2560 adults with a margin of error of 2 percentage points. I don't understand how they come up with this margin of error. I really don't. Like you didn't. Yeah. There's a dog cam. She's always here. What happened to Prison Planet? I don't know. What I have to do now, it seems like, I don't know why, but I have to like randomly while I'm doing a show, I have to open up my PC manager thing and clear excess memory because it'll get up to like 40% of my memory being used. Like that's something going on, isn't that? That means there's a problem. I'm not doing anything that should be using that much memory. I got 128 gigs of memory. That shouldn't be 40% being used. I think, unless I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. This is the thing too, like I was saying about the poll, because here, poll finds 61% of Americans believe attacking Iran was a mistake. But the poll also said that 56% of people said that no matter what, Iran's still going to develop a nuclear bomb. So then why was it a mistake to attack them? If they're going to develop a nuclear bomb no matter what, it kind of seems like maybe they needed to get attacked. 128 gigs of DDR5. Yeah, 128 gigs of DDR5. It's a memory hole you have to close and reopen. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but that's why it seems like stuff will, like I'll go to do something on a page and it like just, it won't do anything. I'll have to like go like float on it and like pull it back, like not refresh it, but like get it to like come to the front. It could be well, I didn't, it caught that was, I didn't get it when I got it before prices went up. I think I paid $450 for each kit. 64, two for 232 gig sticks. So like now I could sell one of the kits if I wanted to for $1,000 or something. That's what they're going for. But and then this, everyone will be glad to know that this happened. Trump signs the DHS funding bill ending the shutdown. Oh. Hey, Honest Lay, what's up? Great to see you. Have a great night, all. Just popped in to give a like. Well, thank you. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Not 64. Oh, delete system 32. Okay, hold on. I'll do that right now. Firefox does it. Whole not bad. No, I have two 64 gig kits. There were, so 4 32 gig sticks. President Trump, so everyone can feel safe now. DHS is fully funded. The TSA has all their money. So we don't have to worry about anything bad happening at the airports now.
If you take your shoes off, of course.
Yeah. Oh, delete Windows exe. Okay, I'll do that right now. Hold on.
Yep, do that too. Yep. System 32, System 64. Yep. Delete it all.
So the department has been partially shuttered for 76 days since Valentine's Day, resulting in long TSA lines at airports. Well, I think that happened once or twice, and then they started sending ICE and other people in there, so it kind of stopped it. So after 76 days, the longest government shutdown in history is over. They keep trying to set these records. Brian says, Tandy 1000 was my biggest computer. Nothing better than DOS writing. I was a fan of the trash 80s.
TRS-80, yes. My first computer.
So DHS is back open. ICE and Border Patrol will be fully funded through reconciliation with no demon rat votes. Liberals can play games with federal law enforcement funding, but they won't win. To be clear, the demon rat shutdown should have never happened. Of course it should never happen. It's because you guys are screwing around. You guys don't. You could have easily ended it by just invoking the standing filibuster or the talking filibuster. You keep typing hole, you meant hole. Tired, been building a deck all day on your back porch. I knew what you meant. Commodore 64. Yeah, that's a good computer too. A good one back in the day. What was the other one called? An Apple Lisa, right? Was that Apple Lisa? Wasn't that a word processor or something like that? Lisa. It was named after his daughter, right? I remember that right. Federal employees and agencies who've been furloughed and who mostly gone without pay will return to work and receive back pay. Well, that's good. Back pay is always good. A VIC 20.
Front pay is good. Back pay,
Side pay. It's all good. Speaker Johnson dismissed the legislation as a joke in March. Johnson, on April 30th, defended the decision to delay consideration of the broader bill, saying the House Republicans first wanted to see progress on funding ICE and Border Patrol. We held the DHS bill, the underlying funding bill, because we had to ensure that they could not isolate and eliminate those two critical agencies. We are getting those done now. A late vote on April 29th. Republicans approved the budget resolution for ICE and Border Patrol near party line 215 and 211 vote. The measure will provide $70 billion for immigration enforcement and deportations through the remainder of Trump's term, which ends January 2029. Lisa was a computer. Yeah, I think it was a computer, but I think it was more like a word processor type of computer, wasn't it? Like the first word processor, what they would call word processor, maybe. I don't know. Afterward, Johnson acknowledged his earlier criticism of the bill and said separating ICE money into its own budget track made the proposal acceptable, allowing it to pass with no controversial Democrat provisions. So funding for most of DHS expired on Valentine's Day. I'm saying it wrong on purpose. Democrats pushed the Republicans in the White House to agree to new limits on ICE. Yes, they wanted new limits on ICE. They said, hey, man, we don't want no deportations. They said, hey, man, let the illegals in. They said, hey, man. Something. All right, well, we hit 2 hours, so that means I'm going to start a new goal, everybody. I'm going to start a new goal. I'm going to go 10 super chats, yellow or higher, because it doesn't matter if I go 10 yellows or 20 greens for 1 hour. Okay. And we are currently $84 away is what it says. Start a new goal for another hour. There we go. It's all started. Awesome. Great, grand, groovy. Suffragette City. Yeah. You're leaning on a man, ain't got time to think in the Suffragette City. All right. Hey, Brian Ogden gives another Jim Tells You membership. Thank you so much, Brian. With that, that means we are now just $78 away. 78 doll hairs away from adding a second additional hour to the show.
Hour to the
Oh,
show.
look at that. I got a $5 cash app from Lurch Linger. Thank you, Lurch. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much, Lurch, for the 5. That means we are now just $73 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. That's awesome. You guys are so generous. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Let's see who got that membership from Brian. Was it Texas and OK that got that? And who got it? Yes, it was Texas and OK and Oklahoma. Got it. Thank you so much, Brian Ogden. Awesome. So, yeah. So funding for most of DHS expired. Demon Rats pushed them to agree to new limits on ICE and Border Patrol. They argued that immigration enforcement agencies should follow the same standards as police departments nationwide. Oh, no. What about the FBI? Do they follow the same standards? What about the marshals? What about all the federal agencies? No, they don't, because they're not controlled by localities across the country. Demon Rats had a core list of demands before they would back additional funding. Their demands have included requiring ICE and other immigration enforcement agents to show identification, not wear any face coverings. Yeah. Institute legislative prohibitions against administrative warrants. Like, these are warrants that administration grants itself. Like, that's the law that's in place. But that's the fucking law. Like, they basically are trying to undo all the work that was done so that you can, they just don't want people deported. They want everything to go to federal court, so it takes 5 years, 6 years to deport somebody. That's what they want. So basically, it just doesn't get done. That's what the Demon Rats want. Yeah. Jonathan says, in my world, 2,500 people speak for over 300 million. Polls are ultimately Monday morning quarterbacking. Yeah. That's right. American Jane is 100% right with this one. She says they want to defang all law enforcement. They are pro-criminal. They are. They are pro-criminal. Because reconciliation is exempted, it's not accepted. It's exempted from filibuster rules. It's been an appealing tool from both parties. Well, that's why they need to go back to the talking filibuster. This current zombie filibuster just makes no sense. It's not workable. John Thune indicated Republicans have been forced to use the process to end shutdowns affecting DHS. Well, then if they use it for this, they can't use it for anything else. That's the problem. I think they can only do it once a year. In a memo released on April 28th, OMB warned DHS could soon deplete critical operating funds. What about all the people that weren't getting paid? They're not talking about those people that weren't getting checks. Payroll costs topping $1.6 billion every 2 weeks. What? So that means their payroll is roughly $32 billion a year. That's a lot of dim. That's a lot of dim. The House votes unanimously to reopen DHS ending 75-day shutdown. What? So the Demon Rats didn't vote against it? So they'll all get funding once Trump signs the measure. It says, House votes to fund DHS ending 75-day shutdown. The House just passed a Senate DHS funding bill. Why has that person got a fork in their mouth the wrong way? That makes no sense. What the hell's going on there? Like, what the hell is going on there? This is bad problem with AI. They put the fork in her mouth, but they put the handle of the fork in her mouth, not in her hand. Like, that's not a way. What are you doing? Like, scraping it with your mouth hand, and they're going to put the food in your hand, and then.
That's what happens when you're old, Jim. That's old people stuff.
Wow.
Not AI. It's old.
Wow. It's still there too. Like, somebody should tell them, hey, the common foods linked to dementia was. Oh, so they're saying if you have dementia, you'll eat like that. ICE and Border Patrol isn't funded. It supposedly was funded through reconciliation. The one-time is a rule that can also be changed. Thune is a piece of shit and refuses to do what Trump agenda calls for. Yeah, he is a giant piece of shit. Always has been, always will be. So it says the resolution cleared the House on a 215-211 vote. It directs the committees that oversee ICE and Border Patrol draft legislation to deliver about $70 billion to the agencies. Brian Ogden for another gifted membership. Thank you, Brian. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. That means we are now $67 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Amazing. And the person that got that was House of R 9580. Received a gifted membership. House of R. Thank you to everybody who's been so generous to me. Yes, thank you, Brian. Very generous, Brian. Texas Representative Chip Roy said that he would have voted no on this Senate-approved funding bill that leaves out funding for ICE and CBP. Let's see what he's
trying to do it the right way. And it's Democrats that are setting the precedent for taking out ICE and Border Patrol out of the Homeland Security funding. And by the way, two can play at that game. So they're setting a precedent for how this is going to play out from now on. If we want to fund government by reconciliation, then we're welcome to do it. That's what Democrats are doing. Talk to Harry Reid about how the filibuster worked out for him on judges.
Chip, what's your message to those ICE agents who see this?
Well, help is on the way. The Republicans are actually getting funding for ICE and Border Patrol when Democrats refuse to do it. Thank you.
Yeah, he's I think he's running for the Attorney General of Texas, so I think he's leaving Congress. The net result of passing our reconciliation bills at ICE and CBP are funded for 3 years. Democrats got absolutely nothing for their political charade and shenanigans. Well, what they did was they got Speaker Johnson speaks after passing the DHS funding bill.
And Border Patrol. If you might remember, in 2024, the number one issue in the election was securing that border. House Republicans did it. The Trump administration, the president did that. And Democrats are upset about it. So they wanted to leave that out. They wanted to orphan
This is it right here. This is 100% what Biden did. He put all the illegals on patrol. He did what was known as a mass parole, which is against the statute. The statute that allows the parole says it has to be done on an individual basis. But they let Biden do it on a mass basis. And then when Trump tried to end it, they said, no, you got to do it on an individualized basis, even though they weren't put in there on an individualized basis. So it's totally different. Yeah, you're awesome. Well, thank you. The rhinos with Dems secretly passed a bill when Biden was president preventing Trump from leaving NATO. All rounds was go. Yeah, they did. But here's the thing. That's unconstitutional because the actual treaty that established it doesn't mean shit. The statute doesn't mean shit when it comes to a treaty. The treaty is signed and the language of the treaty specifically gives the president the right to withdraw from it. They can't, the treaty was passed by 2/3 of both houses because that's how a treaty goes. So this legislation that they passed is unconstitutional. Means nothing. It doesn't. It can't. That would be impossible. That would be like them passing a law saying, oh, the president can't do this. The next president can't do this that we don't like. It's like the law is a law. They would have needed to reauthorize the treaty. They would have needed 2/3 of both the House and the Senate to change the language of the actual treaty. Did they pass the SAVE Act? No, John Thune is refusing to do it. John Thune is refusing to do the SAVE Act.
That are under the umbrella of Homeland Security. I remind everybody on the Hill all the time, Department of Homeland Security is the third largest department of the federal government. It has critical responsibilities. FEMA and the Secret Service, and TSA, and all these other agencies. But the Democrats said, we'll do some of that, but we're not going to fund border security and we're not going to fund immigration enforcement. That's absurd. And we threw a fit and we had to. We held the Homeland bill, the underlying funding bill, because we had to ensure that they could not isolate and eliminate those two critical agencies. We are getting those done now. We passed the resolution first. That was critically important for us to do to ensure that we're going to protect the homeland, even though Democrats are unwilling to do it. So now that that box is checked, we're allowed then to proceed and go through with the rest of it. This will relieve pressure from the Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Mullen, who I've spoken to in the last couple of hours. We greatly relieve, the president will, the administration will. We were not going to have lines at TSA. Everybody will get their paychecks now. We'll get moving forward. And then we will finish the work and finally get, again, for 3 years with no crazy Democrat reforms, we will fund Border Patrol and immigration enforcement as soon as we return for the work session when that bill is
On
filed.
FISA, Mr. Speaker, what do you anticipate from the Senate? And are you concerned that whatever the Senate sends over might be a problem over here?
I'm not concerned. I hope that they're going to do the right thing. Look, we sent over a reauthorization that was with minor reforms and with the anti-CBDC measure on it. These are very simple things that the vast majority of Congress agrees with, and they should get it done. They're running out of time. As you know, it will expire tonight, the end of today. And so we're calling on them to do the job, pass the House's bill, and get this done. Check the last box.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it. His hair is too perfect. You know.
Yeah, perfect hair.
Yeah, it's too perfect. I mean, I don't trust a guy with hair that perfect.
So look, this is they often analogize legislating to making sausage. You don't want to see it made. And sometimes it's an ugly process. Sometimes it's a long process. I've never broken my word to a single person in this building. Nobody can tell you they can. There was a lot.
I've never broken my word to anybody in this building. A lot of other buildings, not this building.
We're currently working on a one vote raise within margin because of absences and the rest.
Yeah, he does.
And people have different ideas, different priorities about very contentious pieces of legislation. The equations that we solved on legislation this week were virtually impossible. Many of you said they couldn't be done, but we got it done because ultimately we just used patience and frankly prayer. We get a lot of people.
Wait a minute, they used patience? They were patients from where? From mental hospitals or from, what? Like, where did they get the patients?
Yeah, and I'm not really hyped up on, we used prayer. Okay, use prayer. Got it.
Is he a Christian? Isn't he a Christian? I believe Mike Johnson's a Christian. Thune refuses to recess so Trump can do appointments and refuses to limit the filibuster to pass the Save America Act. And other Republicans, 27, refuse to vote to replace him. Yep. I just like, that's ridiculous. I mean, it's just because they're all getting too much stuff. They get paid off. They do things. Well, I'll do this for you if you do this for me.
Every rhino, every time.
Yeah, it's how it works. It's a big party, like George Carlin used to say. It's a big party or big club, and you ain't in it.
Yeah.
Sad but true. Sad but true.
To their concerns, and we try to get the disparate priorities handled. I've never asked a colleague in the Republican Party ever to violate a core principle.
He is just too slick, Jim. I'm sorry. He is way too slick.
Here in a large body. On some of these bills, some of the ones that I just named for you, they're so complicated and so complex.
So complicated.
That you literally had irreconcilable.
You can't possibly understand it.
So it takes a long time
to go
through that and get people to consensus. But we do that patiently. We do as we must, and we ultimately deliver. Don't doubt the House Republican majority. We always deliver for the American
Don't
people.
doubt. Yeah.
We did it again, in spite of the challenges, and we continue to do that.
I mean, this is the third shutdown in 6 months. Yeah, why is that? Republicans would always not cave and do shit. Like, they should have really shut the government down with Obama. Like, they should have. It should have been really shut down. Like, no, fuck you. You did something. We don't like it. Till you fix it. But they got scared because the media always portrays everything as the Republicans' fault. Like, they tried to say this shutdown that happened was Republicans' fault. Like, it's crazy. The only way to prevent this from happening again is to not vote for demon rats, people. If you vote for demon rats, this is going to happen. Joe says he's not 100% sure. I'm sure that says sure, not dur, on the 27 number, but 90%. I'm sure it's like 27, 37, somewhere between that. It's more than 20, but less than 50. This weak ass dreamer has one vote majority and has done more than Thune, stupid ass, with a 3 vote. Well, technically, Thune has a 4 vote because they could have 50-50 and they get the vice president to break it. So they need to lose all 3 Republicans. They have definitely a 3 vote margin, but with 3, only lose it. They'd have to lose 4 votes to not get it some. So it makes you think of Loki and Ben Affleck. Oh, you're talking about that great movie called Dogma. The documentary.
Ooh, yes, Dogma.
You can't really get it anywhere anymore. It hasn't been released in years. You can't buy it. You can't buy it because of what's his face.
But if you think about things that are ironic, you could see the movie too. Ironic.
Yeah, Trump speaks type. Jim speaks typo. Yes, Jim is pretty good at figuring out what people are trying to say.
That is a skill. People.
EP is only tiebreaker, so no 3 vote margin. Well, no, because they need to lose 4 votes to lose. right? I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's 53 to 47, but they have to have 4 defections before they actually lose. They can lose 3 and still win with JD. So that's we were saying the same thing. I'm just saying it's like they have to lose 4. They can lose 3 Republicans and still win. So if they lose 4, if they lose 4, they don't win. I mean, you can either way you're saying it, Joe, or the way I'm saying it is correct, technically, in my mind. Why are they going to keep playing? Is they going to have these people talking shit about them or something? Oh, this is good. Get your effing hand out of my face. Let's see this one. Are they going to show it? No.
A lot of commercials.
Get your effing hand out of my face. I want to see the video. Oh, here we go. All right.
That's why there is no diabetes in Israel.
No diabetes.
Wow. You don't know that the cure.
I mean, honestly, they have been at war with us for 47
We all
years.
know that Scott Jennings is more than happy to defend a war with a country that starts with the letters IRA that we are currently failing, that is going to put us trillions and trillions of dollars more in debt. I was only a few years old while you were in the administration defending prior endless wars. Now this war is failing.
8 weeks is endless to you?
Okay, you said it was going to be 4 to 6 weeks.
You have the attention span of a gnat? Is that
Homie,
what you
I
have?
debated you on TV 4 to 6 weeks ago, and you said we were weeks away from it. Now you're making condescending remarks because you can't defend the fact that this war is not going your way. Wait, one more time.
Not
Can you
going your
name
way.
one political
Get your
concession.
fucking hand out of my
Name
face
one political
first.
concession.
Honestly, I'm not going to have this guy's hand in my face.
Everybody, hang tight.
I'm a woman.
Everybody calm
Stop.
down, okay?
No.
We're having a debate.
We're having a debate.
Here's the thing. It's
Wait,
Abby,
I'm a
it's not a
black
debate
woman.
because you're it's not a debate. You pick people that are going to spew the shit you want, and that's what you purposely do.
Yeah.
And you defend these people that spew your shit. You have losers and scumbags on your show all the time. I mean, I'm surprised she doesn't have Hassan Piker on her show.
Can you name a political concession that we've got?
We had a flashback to the war the skinheads had in my studio.
I would be mad if
Okay.
Oh, skinheads. Okay.
Scott, you can respond.
We have a
and then
very
we'll move on.
simple. We have a very simple goal: to keep terrorists and a terrorist regime from having a nuclear weapon that can threaten the United States, our interests in the region, our allies in Europe, anybody else
So
in
you
the
can't
world.
answer the question.
That is
Thank you.
our
I would
goal.
get mad too.
All right, we're going to leave it there, guys. Next
What-
for us.
You're going to leave it there. You
President
let this guy talk over him and say that
Right.
shit when he said exactly what the reason was. That's not, so you don't have a reason. The polling that these people like to tout, we saw the polling. More than a majority of people believe they're trying to get a nuclear bomb. They just think it was a mistake to attack. Like, I guess they're okay with them having a nuclear bomb. Well, I wouldn't want a president that was okay with Iran getting a nuclear bomb. Talk about Beirut. Yeah, I mean, you can talk about the many things. Like you said, like, oh, whatever. They've been at war with us since 79, since they took our hostages. All right.
Yeah.
And then after that, since they blew up the barracks in Beirut, they did a bombing at the Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia. They did numerous they were involved in the bombing on the ship, the Cole at Yemen. They've been supplying Yemen, who's been attacking all these ships all over the place. I mean, it's just nonstop. They blew up a fucking jetliner with a bomb. I mean, yeah, Scott Jennings is awesome. He stands tall in the lines. See, I'm pissed. I was told that Scott Jennings was going to run to take Mitch McConnell's seat in Texas and Kentucky because he's from Kentucky. And now it looks like everyone's trying to push Mitch McConnell's like butt buddy to be the new senator, like a McConnell guy. Like, what are you doing? Why would you do this? McConnell sucked. Like, why would you want somebody that he wants in there? That makes no sense to me. All right. Okay. And I got this next story here. It says U.S. secures contract to sell artillery rockets to Canada. Oh, Canada, our rockets graze for you. You can't build them because you're lame, but you'll buy them all the same. Oh, Canada, the big worm. Wow, Big Worm. Is that for the movie Friday? Big Worm. What's up, Big Worm? Big Perm? Yeah, it's the U.S. M142 high mobility artillery rocket system, or HIMARS, fires a missile during a joint military drill between the Philippines and U.S. called Salaknib at Larur, Nevuya, Ecoja province, northern Philippines, on Friday, March 31st. The Pentagon says it has secured $1 billion contract with Lockheed Martin to manufacture M142 HIMARS and related equipment for Canada and other allied countries. An online notice this week says the U.S. defense company will create 17 such systems to address the urgent needs of their militaries. Last October, the U.S. State Department approved the possible sale of sophisticated rocket systems and related equipment to Canada. See, I'm a little worried. Canada's been getting lippy lately. I don't know if we want to sell them stuff that they can use against us.
There's only one road in Canada, Dave. Jim.
Yeah. Prime Minister Mark Carney has promised to hit Canada's NATO defense spending target, 2% of GDP. I thought they raised it to 5%. Through plans that include acquisition of new aircraft, armed vehicles, and ammunition. So they're going to buy a bunch of stuff from us. Ottawa has said we're looking to add long-range precision, strike capability, And they asked to buy 26 systems and other items. The notice from the Pentagon says the systems will be complete by April 2028. Hey, what's up, Casper? How you doing? Great to see you. The tears of the clown when there's no one around. Oh, okay. Same story here. Pentagon Procurement Post reveals Canada quietly locked in HIMARS deal. You see, Canadians, this is where the rockets go. All right, right here. They go in this way and they fire out that way.
And why are people sticking stuff in there?
I don't think you want to be standing there. Just saying.
No.
Don't stand here, You'll get it's worse than a rat in your beer bottle, A total of 17 HIMARS will be manufactured on a new deal. Unlike other major military equipment purchases, a parade of which was revealed in March, the Liberal government has not issued a formal statement about the intention to purchase U.S.-made HIMARS. Okay, then they don't have to. We should just have them ourselves. We should be able, I should be able to have a HIMARS in my backyard. That way, if any of my neighbors get squirrely.
Or two of them.
Well, yeah, I got more than one, probably. Our brothers in Canada are stuck under that terrible regime. I've got a few friends there, and they hate him. Oh, yeah, they hate him, but somebody keeps voting for him, Good day, Yeah. Oh, yeah, vaccines are rough. Feel better. Sorry about being late. No problem. Yeah, I'm like, I would say when I started the stream, I was at 80%. I'm starting to feel like I'm 70% right now, but I'm going to keep going for you people, for you.
Oh,
tell you the news.
I thought you were just, powering down last night. So you're powering down tonight too? Jeez.
I'm like last night it was bad, real bad. I was almost going to have to end it. I had to send Joe a message saying, dude, we got to end the stream. I'm going to have to leave if we don't end it.
Terrible.
Yeah. So 2 confidential sources say the statement was prepared last winter around the time the deal was finalized, but it was pulled back coming as it did a few weeks before the government released its defense strategy, which emphasized buying Canadian military kit. Oh, so Canada's got their own stuff. Okay, What are they going to use, Maple Leafs, Canada doesn't even make its own planes anymore. The last plane built by Canada was called the Arrow. I think it was called, right? I think it was called the Arrow. And it basically bankrupted their entire, the Avro Arrow, I believe it was called. Avro Arrow. And basically bankrupted their last manufacturer of jets in Canada. Are you sure they're actually voting for him, or is it the illegals? It's probably the illegals. I think now, I think maybe Jim may suffer from ADOS, attention deficit shiny squirrel disorder. It could be. Yes, definitely.
Yes, that is exactly it.
Definitely. That's what happens. Definitely. Most definitely. Mm-hmm. I need my stapler. And at this time in October, the DND, oi,
D.
Says that in an interview with CBC News, the commander of the Canadian Army, Lieutenant General Mike Wright, well, they used to have John Wrong, so it's good they got Mike Wright now, indicated that the agreement was still pending, but the HIMARS were absolutely a necessity. Calvin and Hobbes and Garfield are your favorites. Oh, yeah, I loved Calvin and Hobbes. Definitely.
Oh, love Hobbes.
If I was ever stuck in a beer bag, I'd say age. I don't get that. At all. Clause 4 of the U.S. Constitution, the Vice President of the United States shall be President of the Senate and shall have no vote unless they be equally divided. Yes. Yeah, so that's why I said they could lose 3 and still win. Because if they lose 3 and the Vice President votes, they win. So technically, they have anything less than 4 people against them, they win. Well, not less of any. Damn it!
And this is
I said
where
that
he
wrong. My
realized
brain
he fucked up.
the way I'm saying that is completely wrong. This is the only time the vice president is allowed to vote. It's when it's tied equally. Yes, I know. And the only way it would be tied, it's only if it's 50-50. Well, it doesn't have to be just 50-50. It could be 49-49. It could be 47-47. If there was
2-2.
Yeah. Oh, a beer vat. Oh, okay, a beer vat. That's good. Yeah. You're saying HIMARS system is a long-range precision strike system that we need for land operations. The reason why we made the recommendation for procurement of HIMARS, its capability has been proven on the battlefield in Ukraine. In addition to the vehicle launch systems, the Pentagon said Canada is looking to buy rocket launch pods for both operations and training. During last spring's election, the Liberals pledged to diversify where Canada buys its military equipment from. Yeah, Canada, you should buy it from Europe. Definitely do that. Yeah. Buy your stuff from Europe. Do that. See how that works out for you. Wow, Exalted Protrusion. What's up, buddy? He says the best viewers are at ranktarget.ru. Well, thank you. I'll go there right after the show. Weighing Canada's fighter jet options. The F-35 versus the Gripen. What's the Gripen? The future of Canadian fighter jets being examined. Well, they probably can't afford the F-35, probably. Wow, look at that. Wow.
There's been a lot of noise in the debate over Canada's future fighter jet. Lost somewhere in the spin and posturing over jobs and trade are important questions about what each aircraft can do and why. We asked the experts, 2 test pilots, to give us their take.
The Saab Griffin, so Saab that makes those shitty cars, is making a plane, and they're actually thinking about buying it. A Saab.
That's Canada.
Canada knows how to build planes. No, this is a European plane. It's built by Saab, which I think is either German or French. I don't know. It could be French because France still has a aerospace industry. Airbuses are all France. But like I said, the last plane that Canada built was called the Avro Aero. I think it was in the late 70s or early 80s. And it was actually a really good plane. It's just they didn't have the finances, and they got screwed over by the Canadian government because the Canadian government didn't back it. And basically they decided, I believe, to go with the F-15s and the F-16s and basically crush the company, and they had to go bankrupt. I think there's a movie on it. Strange Brew forgot the movie too. China that can't even afford an A-10 Warthog. Bert. Saab Swedish. I mean, so it's good. So it's like the IKEA of airplanes. Does it come with a fucking Swedish meatball warmer in there to keep it warm? Saab was a great car 40 years ago.
And a former senior Air Force commander. The F-35 is, hands down, the warplane Canada's Air Force wants.
Is it fun to fly?
Yeah, it's a data gathering spaceship. It goes 1.6 times the speed of sound. It pulls 9G and it slows down and can spiral around down like you see in an air show. You're absolutely King Kong in an F-35.
Tell me what it's like to fly this plane.
Sweet. It really carves through the sky. And it's very tight in the controls. So it feels like you are flying. It doesn't feel like you're in an aircraft.
Wait a minute. So these fucking people went and got an actual person that flies, a Canadian pilot, a fucking Canadian pilot, all right, to talk about the F-35. And they go to the vice president of the fucking place building the other plane to have him talk about how great his plane is. Oh. I mean, how is that not biased? This is they're pushing. They want that other plane. You served in Iraq with a Canadian. He was a good man, hilarious dude. Yeah, this doesn't, best support plane ever. I don't know, man. This just seems like this. Why couldn't you get a pilot with a different Air Force? Why do you get the guy that's the vice president of the fucking company that builds the plane and their chief test pilot to tell you how great his plane is that he's trying to fucking sell so that he can make money? This is retarded. God, I gotta stop saying that word.
it feels like you are flying.
The first distinction.
It feels like you are flying when you're flying the plane. Wow. Could you imagine that? That it feels like you are flying when you're in a plane. Wow. That sounds crazy. So if you're on any other plane, it doesn't feel like you're flying. It feels like you're swimming. What? It feels like you're in a boat. Oh, says Jim, because no one flies that shit. That's why. Well, I guess that's probably the thing. No one else flies it. They're trying to push. But why would they put this out? Why would they? Because this is coming from Canada, okay? All right, Travis, I appreciate that. But this is from, because everything in Canada is controlled by the government because it's basically a commie country, like all the news media, everything CBC. FYI, that's not an F-35. No, that's not an F-35. That's, I believe, that's not an F-35 on the left. Is that an F-22 or the right? I think it's that Gripen plane they're talking about. Is this not an F-35 on the left? Or is that an F-22? I thought an F-22 had dual nozzles on the back.
Gotta love those nozzles.
Distinction between the two planes. Think of the F-35 as a supercomputer with wings, gathering battlefield information and sharing it securely.
I'm going to make the contrast between you dialing in on your hotel Wi-Fi, open Wi-Fi that can be hacked, versus dialing in on a VPN system where you cannot be hacked. And the comparison is going to be that an F-35 has the equivalent of a VPN network to pass information amongst the F-35s from any nation that flies it, versus the open architecture.
The F-35 is billed as a fifth-generation fighter.
A fifth generation means low observability and sensor fusion, two major characteristics. I can travel in and get undetected entering enemy airspace, and I can see everything around me.
The Gripen is a very different aircraft from nose to tail, living on Russia's doorstep. Sweden built the Gripen to be tough and flexible.
We are under threat the second we take off.
Where the F-35 is meant to take the fight to the enemy, the Gripen's strength is defending home skies.
One thing that's very important for us is to have possibility to spread out in the woods and work with a very low logistical footprint. So using few personnel and quickly turn around the aircraft and swap engines fast, get new weapons fast, refuel fast, and then get airborne again.
The F-35 requires constant specialized maintenance because of its stealth skin. So how important is stealth?
It's not perfectly invisible, but essentially in the air, it effectively is as big as a wiffle ball like this or even smaller.
Even so, both China and Russia have low-frequency radar that can detect stealth aircraft. The Gripen, by contrast, focuses more on jamming enemy radar with state-of-the-art electronic warfare.
Oh, okay.
So when we started with the Gripen E, we had a...
Does this guy not realize that we also have planes that do the jamming that go in front of them? That's what we have, specific planes, that's their whole job, is just to jam everything ahead of time? I mean, that's what what was it called? The Thud, right? No, not the Thud. Damn it, I'm trying to think what it was called. The planes that used to just jam everything. They were like, go ahead of time, jam everything, basically shut everything down. And then we also have planes that target radars. Like that's their whole job, is just to target the radar systems. Put the lotion on the skin. Gryffindor wins. Yes. Jamming, also known as Here We Are. Yeah, AWACS. AWACS.
We had a choice of which technology to use to ensure that survivability.
Okay, how much you want to bet he's going to say that his technology is better? That if they had a choice, they would use his technology. I mean, he might prove me wrong and make me look like an asshole, but I'm going to say that because he's here trying to sell his fucking plane, he's going to say that his choice would be their plane over the other one, that they don't have the technology because they can't fucking build it.
Definitely.
And we went all in on the AW, which I think, which right now seems to have been the right choice.
When Canada's Air Force did its own comparison in 2021, the F-35 won every category hands down, except one. But that was almost 5 years ago. The F-35 software is delivered in blocks. Block 4 is the next iteration. It is supposed to deliver many of the advanced features that Canada and other allies want, the kind of capabilities that make the F-35 a cut above the rest. However, this U.S.
So it beat the other plane on every category except for one. but that's still not good enough. So you want the fucking plane that loses on every category. Okay, except one. Vectoring nozzles. Okay. The radar they are talking about has huge flaw that even if the plane is detected, it can't be targeted using that radar. Yeah, I think it's just they know there's a plane there somewhere, but they can't really see where it is.
Government Accountability Office report raises questions about whether Lockheed Martin can actually deliver the software upgrade that was advertised.
Now, this is going to have a significant impact on the countries that are, due to receive this aircraft, mainly in the area of weapons employment, sensor fusion, self-protection, and networking.
And then there's the issue of availability. How often is each aircraft ready and not in the shop? The F-35's service availability rate has been around 50%. Swedish Air Force data on the availability of the Gripen fleet is classified, but it is acknowledged among Air Force officers to be...
Oh, it's classified, but even though they won't tell us, we're going to just say it's 80% because someone told us that. The guy, this guy, the test pilot said, we can't tell you because it's classified, but I'll tell you it's 80%. What? That makes no sense. Yeah, they should just look for a wiffle ball going Mach 1. Yeah, fly-by-wire is crazy. It is.
Much higher than the F-35.
The Gripen, on the other hand, operates roughly about 70 to 80%.
So if you want stealth, intelligence gathering, and a jet for high-end warfare, the F-35 wins. But if you want affordability, agility, and the ability to operate from almost anywhere, the Gripen E wins. So if it came down to an old-fashioned aerial dogfight, F-35 versus the Gripen, who wins?
It would be a toss-up.
It'd be a toss. This fucking guy saying it'd be a toss-up. He's high on crack. It would be a toss-up. Unless you put some DEI pilot, like the pilots that were manning the ships that went aground, like some DEI pilot in the F-35 that'll just accidentally eject themselves, or you put like a fucking fighter ace in the Gripen, and then maybe it'd be a toss-up.
Marie, it depends on the pilot. It's not the airplane, it's the pilot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So okay. You know what? If I was the U.S., I would just tell Canada, you know what? Now you can't have the F-35. If you want junk, don't get the F-35. Yeah. Yeah, Jim, a toss-up. You're playing low-key comedy now. Yeah, well, I think he said, well, because it comes out on a pilot. If you put a really, really good pilot in this plane and you put a DEI pilot that would accidentally eject themselves and crash the plane, they would win. Yeah, if you put like the guy who accidentally ejected himself out of the... Fletcher Boy says the F-15EX wins. A lot of people say that's a very good plane. A lot of people say it's a very good plane. A lot of people say that. Okay, here we go. Here we go now. This is the big story everyone was waiting for. InfoWars signs off the air for the last time. Alex Jones delivers a defiant final broadcast after 27 years as a court-ordered shutdown forces Austin studio closure. So these people are all there doing shots. That looks like what's his face there. I don't know if that's who it is. The guy who's basically turned on him. An historic moment marking the end of an era for the independent media. Alex Jones signed off from InfoWars for the final time. 27 years broadcasting a network he built into a powerhouse of alternative media. InfoWars got stolen. Yes, it did. It got stolen. Historic final full broadcast of InfoWars live, last show.
Because truth is strange. It's like
that's what we do.
Hey, look at that.
It's
It's
I mean,
bad.
unless you're
Byron
dead,
Gaines and
the
that's
more
Luke
somebody
Radowski.
attacks you, the meaner you get.
It's
I want to see.
bad.
I want to find the sign off. Oh, look, it's Barnes.
like I said, the second trial in Connecticut. I look over, it's the same script on the judge's desk when I'm up to testifying. I had like punched the stomach, like I said earlier. I was like, oh my God, it's the same script. It's literally a script. When you realize they're so corrupt, they have coordinated scripts run by the CIA in court hearings, and you're just like, oh my God.
The CIA was out to get him? The CIA was out to get him. I didn't know that. Continue watching on X. I guess I got to watch it on X because it keeps pausing and stuff. I want to see the end.
Not left Texas court, but the hopefully
they're right there. So now you've got all the people. What's going on? Like 10 people just ran into my studio. There's a big giant party going on here. Oh, they want to have a toast. All right. I know this is going to happen. Before we turn this over to Mr. Rents, my point is that this has been beyond epic, and this has been 100% organic and real. You know, whenever they sued us, they would always ask everybody, who gives the orders? Who's the foundation people? Because they were all getting the orders. Guess what? My orders come from God, from my genetics, from who I am for humanity. And that's what they can't stand is your orders come from God. And remember, the devil's biggest trick is not that he doesn't exist. It's the second best trick. It's that good doesn't exist. You know, watching and listening that you are overall good. You want good. You're not perfect, but you want good and you love God. So I tell you now, your destiny is in your hands.
I can't.
So they think they're going to have their big victory. They think it's all funny. They think it's all cool. No, this is the beginning of the end. We don't ride on Trump. He rode in our train. He was useful as far as he went. But humanity is unstoppable if we get in alignment with God. So go to Christ, pray to Christ, ask for God to atone you and to rebuild you and to lead God and direct you, and we will win. So I'm going to hand the time for the next 30 minutes.
We will win.
To our guest
Did he just say we will win?
And Jay Dyer's going to take over. And we're going to air hours of all the Sandy Hook documentation from the CIA and the feds. And then we're not here anymore because they're turning the power off at midnight. Private detectives are coming in to close the doors, and they're going to act like they've got their big-ass victory. But notice the state court just blocked the little rat confessed Satanist from coming in to wear our skin for months while we launched our operation. We're going to sue them for civil rights. We got whistleblowers. We've only begun to fight, but it's only because you buy the products at thealexshowstore.com.
Yes,
buy we're able to do this. They keep asking, why are they doing this?
They're doing this because they can. Because the entire case against Alex Jones was bullshit from the start. It really was. I mean, that'd be like they are able to go after, like, he never said the things they claim he said. People were on his show that said things they attributed to him. So that would be like if somebody came on my show and said something and people holding me responsible for that person coming on my show and saying it. You can't do that. Alex isn't going anywhere. No, he's not. He's not. I think he's got people behind him, money. I would be shocked if, Elon Musk tried to buy InfoWars and they refused to do, he tried to go and buy it and they said, no, it's a closed bid. You can't do it. There's only one bidder. So it was all rigged. Because Elon would have bought it and just kept Alex on, which would have been funny to see.
Why do they keep fighting? Who's the deep state? Who's the deep money? It's you. You are the deep money. You are the reason. And here's the great part. Our new owners, our new people, I have full control as news director. Everything I want, host, everything. They're ready. And I will sit there and live in a modest house with a modest car, which I love. And they think, oh, we'll take your money, Joe. Shut up. I'm ready to die for this. You think taking money from me does something? It makes me want to strangle you spiritually.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're all Christian murder scum, buying death factory, taking babies alive and selling their body parts. Yeah.
It's a joke. It empowers me. And so now you've got all the people and the network that's launching.
Why is this idiot with his camera taking selfies and stuff?
Rens and then Jay Dyer to close this out. God bless you all. That's it. The next phase starts. The real war begins now.
The real war begins now. Like I said, I was in the capstone. I know what was around it. You just can't listen to Alex. Some of his stuff, that he did back in right around 9/11 and stuff and other stuff was really informative and good. Was really, really informative and good. Now I don't know. I don't know. I know people keep pointing out that Trump said he got what he deserved. Yes, Trump said that after Alex came and said all the stuff about doing a coup on him. So you said you're going to have a coup and you're going to go arrest him and do the stuff. So imagine Rush Limbaugh talking that way. Rush Limbaugh said a lot of good stuff, though, but not like this. Alex is a provocateur. You know, it's the thing. He's a provocateur. He's a provocateur. A provocateur type of person, maybe. Hey, my garage door. So, end of an era. Alex Jones talks about the next fight. Daily Caller says Alex Jones officially shut down after 27 years. InfoWars shut down due to bankruptcy proceedings related to the $1.4 billion. Like, that's just insane. 1.4 must be World War 12 since we already had World War 11. Yeah, must be. $1.4 billion defamation. Like, how? That's like insane. And the fact the Supreme Court didn't go, you can't do $1.4 billion against somebody. Texas and Oklahoma says, I can't listen to Alex for long, but I like him. When he was doing the Bilderberger stuff back in the VHS days was his best time. Yeah. Yeah, like he went into Bohemian Grove, took videos of the crazy shit going on there. Yes, he is a clown, but not always wrong. No, he's not. I mean, he's not always right either, but if you had a jar that said Alex Jones was right jar and a jar that said Alex Jones was wrong jar, and you had to put money in it, the Alex Jones was right jar will be a lot more full than the Alex Jones was wrong jar. I like Alex. It seems he knows a little bit about dimension. Yeah, multi-dimensional creatures he knows about.
And all glory goes to Jesus Christ and our Heavenly Father that leads, guides, and directs us. We commit ourselves to God in this holy fight, and we are committed. And if God stands with us, who can stand against us? And that's how I close out. So I salute you all. What a crew. The hell we've been through has only made us stronger. Let me ask you, would you have it any other way? No! Are you not stronger now in this fight? Yeah! I salute this crew and all the viewers and listeners to this fight, and I commit myself to Jesus Christ's hands.
Amen. Yeah, an FBI agent.
God bless the Info War. Woo!
You are the Info War. It lives forever. We're going to play Frank Sinatra Blue Eyes and come back with the great Tom Renz and then Jadar to close this out.
Well, I don't want to see anybody go through that stuff. It's bad. So the families of Sandy Hook's victim and one FBI agent sued Jones. Like, how can the FBI agent sue Jones? It's crazy. A jury awarded Jones to pay $965 million in damages, which prompted Jones to file for bankruptcy protection. The judge, Christopher Lopez, ordered the liquidation of his personal assets, including his stake in InfoWars, leading to a high-profile auction of InfoWars. The Onion, a satirical website run by Ben Collins, won the auction, but it wasn't a fucking auction. It was the only person that was allowed to bid was fucking the Onion. So that's bullshit. Hey, Brian goes, amen. I salute you. Thank you so much for the 5, Brian. That means we are now just $62 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. So the Onion planned on turning InfoWars into a mockery. Although its acquisition of InfoWars is currently in the hands of the Texas Supreme Court, a state judge in Austin held a hearing Thursday on whether to approve the Onion's purchase, but the Texas Third Court of Appeals approved an emergency motion by Jones's lawyer to temporarily block any transfer of InfoWars assets. FBI got like $100 million. It's crazy. It's crazy. So let's hope maybe Jones finally gets some fucking justice, man. Maybe finally get some justice. All right. On some better news, Trump says Tennessee Governor Bill Lee will redraw the state's congressional map. That's right. Currently, there is one demon rat politician that is elected in Tennessee because of like the way they gerrymandered it. And his name is Steve Cohen. So that's what never made any sense, is because they say they had to do this because African Americans couldn't elect an African American, but they never did. They still are electing this white guy named Steve Cohen. Trump on Thursday said Bill Lee will redraw his state's map to give the GOP another seat in Congress. I had a good conversation with Governor Lee of Tennessee this morning where he states He's going to work hard to correct the unconstitutional flaw in the congressional maps of the great state of Tennessee. Likewise, all other political representatives of Tennessee have promised to do so. They should give us one extra seat and save our country from the radical left demon rats and their country-destroying policies of high tax, open borders, trans mutilations, defunding police, ICE, and Border Patrol, no voter ID, soft on crime, and so much more. Thank you to Governor Lee for pushing hard. Donald J. Trump, President. Trump's post came after the Supreme Court on Wednesday declared Louisiana's addition of a second majority black district an unconstitutional racial gerrymander. The 6-3 decision was over Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Advocacy groups have historically used the law to force creation of majority-minority districts, which is unconstitutional. The law, the Voting Rights Act, specifically says you can't use race. The case was not about awarding the kids' families. If that was true, they would have taken Elon's money or was more than double the bid. Communist China ain't got shit on us. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding, my friend. You ain't kidding. Louisiana's Governor Greg Landry and Attorney General Liz Murrill said Thursday that they will work with their state legislatures and Secretary of State to redraw the congressional maps following the Supreme Court's decision to strike down the current one. Yes, because a judge in Louisiana actually said you can't use those racist maps now. Said no, you cannot have elections with those maps. You have to change the maps so they're not racist. What's this?
Also developing this morning, a landmark Supreme Court decision that could have a major impact on the midterm election and could also supercharge redistricting across the country. In a 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court ruled in a case known as Louisiana versus Calais. Here's what it does and does not do. It does not overturn the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the law that helped prevent Black Americans from being denied voting rights.
Okay, here's the thing that everyone has to remember. Might as well say no more money. Who, me? What did I do? And thank you for the $2. That means we are now just 60 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. And just so everybody's clear, the show doesn't end when the timer runs out. Me? Oh, you have no more money? Oh, well, I told you, don't give so much money that you're having a problem, buddy. It's not necessary, you know. I appreciate every donation, but it shouldn't always be the same few people giving money. But anyway, so the reason the Voting Rights Act was passed in 1965 was because the Democrats, demon rats, in one-party control states redistricted, did things so that Black Americans, African Americans could not get proper representation. They always cracked them. And these were not states where Republicans could even win in. It was set up so that it was all controlled by demon rats, all Democrat controlled in the South at that time. It wasn't the first time it started changing was when Nixon got elected in 68 because of all the bad shit that happened because of, Lyndon B. Johnson, LBJ. So, but the entire purpose of it was to stop what the Democrats were doing because it was the primaries was the problem. It was the primaries because they could not, they set it up so that they could not get a Black candidate past the Democrat primary. Yes. Remember, kids, it's 100%. It's okay to have 100% blue districts in the Northeast, but racists have done in the South. The more you know. Yeah, well, that's the thing. And like a lot of other, there's a rally somewhere. I hope so. Like I said, if the show doesn't end when the timer runs out if the money comes in before I end the show, we just keep going from there. So don't think just because the goal expires on YouTube, that's the end. It's not how I work. Anyway, all this does is stop. You can't use race in districts anymore. All right. And this whole thing about Texas, okay, you can look it up. In 2020, there was a census where everybody was supposed to adjust their districts based on population. Texas tried to adjust their districts based on population. They were sued by the Biden administration, and they couldn't move forward with their new districts. That's what happened with Texas. It wasn't until end of 2024 where they finally were given permission to go forward and actually do their redistricting. They did not. They were unable to redistrict correctly or at all. So this redistricting that was done in Texas was actually the only redistricting done this decade. They did not have a 2020 redistricting in 2021. It didn't happen.
in the South, but it does limit the scope of the act. You can see it here. The court struck down a Louisiana congressional map that created 2 majority black districts, calling it unconstitutional racial gerrymandering. The rule also allows race to be one of many considerations when drawing districts. Now, Samuel Alito, the justice here who authored the opinion, wrote, because the Voting Rights Act did not require Louisiana to create an additional majority-minority district, no compelling interest justified the state's use of race. Right here on your screen, President Trump posted the ruling is, quote, he says, a big win for equal protection under the law as it returns the Voting Rights Act to its original intent, which was to protect against intentional racial discrimination.
I think that the Supreme Court has finally taken race out of redistricting, which we've been saying all along. Listen, we're one nation under God, all created equally.
I know I personally voted against gerrymandering, not once, but twice. When Democrats were in charge, we voted for the Freedom to Vote Act. But the fact of the matter is Republicans did not vote for that. They wanted gerrymandering. And what the Supreme Court...
Oh, really? Let me present some counter arguments to your statement. Illinois, Massachusetts, massive 2 shits, Maryland, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Maine, New Jersey, New York, California, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan. They're all gerrymandered the best they can to give Democrats the most power possible. Illinois has progressively gotten worse over the years. You can look at the maps as they were in like the year 2000, in 1990, 2000, and where they're at now. It is completely insane how gerrymandered they are just to keep demon rats in power. Because it's not just the congressional seats. They also gerrymandered it for local elections. So that way they could have control. In the 80s and 90s, you had Republicans in charge of state government in Illinois. And what happened is immediately, as soon as the Democrats took control of the state legislature in Illinois, they gerrymandered it to high heaven to keep Republicans out. And every time there's a redistricting in Illinois, they push it more and more so that they lock in more power and more power. It's been that way, and it's going to continue to be that way until something changes. And the only way it can change would be like for maybe for them, like for a Republican to win and start reversing it, but they would have to actually go and reverse it completely back, like badly, to put up, to say like, hey, maybe this should stop. Hey, what's up, Dave? How you doing, BTM? How you doing? No government entity likes free speech. Those that don't bow down are singled out. They always need to castigate a public figure. Yes, that's what they do. That's how they do.
What has allowed them to do is to have partisan gerrymandering.
And which black lawmakers are saying the impact will be great, calling it a move backwards. NPR found that the gerrymandering could lead to white candidates winning 15 House seats that are currently represented by black members of Congress. Well, several states have already started the process of redistricting.
First of all, that's not, how do you know there won't be black Republicans? You have Wesley Hunt, all right? Wesley Hunt in Texas represents a majority white district, and he's a congressman. Byron Donalds represents a majority, like vast majority white district in Florida. He was elected. You had other people like Winsome Sears was a lieutenant governor. You had 2 people that were black that ran for governorships in both North Carolina and Virginia, and they were defeated by a white Democrat. So don't give me this crap, all right? Because that's not the way it is. Some of those districts will probably have a black Republican running in those districts. That would be smart to do. Yeah, wasn't Obama president? Yeah. Oh, what's this? Joe says, forgive me for I am poor, but do enjoy the content you offered, Jim. Join me in not allowing Jim to go to bed early, so please rally. You can do it. Well, thank you. Thank you, Joe. That means right now we are just $55 away, folks. Just $55 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Joe. Read Corsi's book, Abomination. Direct politics in a nutshell. Yes, it definitely was an abomination. An abomination.
After the Supreme Court decision, Louisiana is looking at options to redraw districts. Also in Georgia, the lieutenant governor there wants to redraw their state map. And then you have Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn urging her state lawmakers to redraw at least one district. Already, Florida lawmakers have passed a new congressional map that could cost the Democrats 4 seats.
Yeah, but if you look at the maps in Florida, they don't look like they're gerrymandered. They just look like, oh, here's this thing here, circle, here's this circle here, here's a circle here. It's like, that's not gerrymandered. That's just a district. Sorry.
The redrawn districts target Democrat seats in Tampa, Orlando, and also South Florida.
Yeah.
Democrats hold 7 of Florida's 28 districts, but it could be cut down to around 3. Both state chambers passed the bill, which is now heading to the governor's desk. We're talking about DeSantis here. He's expected to sign it.
And well, I'm trying to remember the guy's name too. What was it? Alan West, wasn't his name? Alan West. He was a colonel, a lieutenant colonel in the Army that was a congressman. They accused him of all. Yeah, they don't look like Illinois. No, not at all. I want to say the Supreme Court must be stopped. They took black people's rights. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, they didn't. Renee goes, oh, my God, Jim, I almost missed you again. I don't know why. Honestly, I don't know why you didn't get a notification, Renee, because I scheduled this show 2 hours ahead of time. Notification should have went out. YouTube is really screwing me over because notifications should have went out to everybody. I haven't been doing any shorts. I haven't been doing multiple streams. I mean, I did do 2 streams yesterday, but that was yesterday. I did the stream with Joe, and then I did the Theory Thursday stream, which I don't know. What do you guys think? I've been debating this about Theory Thursday. I was thinking about not doing it on my channel and just letting Dave and Mark do it on their channels and just going there and doing it with them. And that way, because I think it's possible. Some people have told me, I'm not sure, that if I do like a Theory Thursday show, which is not news-based, it's going to screw up my algorithm as far as getting it out there. I don't know. I'm thinking about maybe doing that. I'll do the show, but it just won't be on my channel, and I'll tell everybody to go over there and watch it there and subscribe to their channels and stuff like that. I think that probably would be best, and I'll still just on Thursdays do the late show with Joe. I don't know. You guys tell me what you think. Someone should rank the top 25 most gerrymandered districts in the country. Okay. I think we can do that, actually. I think we can do that. Let's do this. I can do this. What are the top 25 most gerrymandered districts congressional districts in the U.S. and their political affiliation. And the political affiliation of the state that drew them. Let's see. What? But you don't make money like that. What do you mean by doing? Oh my God, Renee Collins for 50 penalty for being late. Thank you, Renee Collins. Wow. Tactical. Oh. That means right now, folks, we are just $5 away. Just $5 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Renee, so much. With that, we're just 5 away, folks. So if 5 comes in before I end the show, we added a second hour. Yes, it can mess with the algorithm that's finicky lately. Yes, you're a lifesaver. Thank you. Yes. This may take a while. There's no single authoritative or widely accepted ranking. Well, I'm asking you to fucking rank it, dude. Recent analysis. It says egregious examples, not exhaustive. Is Utah, Salt Lake City split across all 4 districts? I don't know if that's egregious. Illinois 13th, a narrow strip connecting Champaign, Urbana, Decatur, and Springfield and East St. Louis packs Democratic areas into one long district drawn by D-control. Tennessee, Nashville split across the 5th, cracks Democrat city voters, no dedicated Nashville rep. Racial cracking to eliminate majority black influence drawn by DeSantis. This is what they're saying now. I think they're saying they did something in Florida. Yes, it's no penalty when you get here. You're right on time. That's right. North Carolina cracks minority voters drawn by our controlled. Ohio 15th drawn by our influence. Politician commission. Texas, Houston, our control. Well, that was done because they were forced to by racial. See, a lot of these things they're saying these are gerrymandered, but they were done specifically because of lawsuits saying they had to do it. Nevada dilutes unified voting blocks. Hispanic areas split via highways. Yeah. 17th, snaking through Illinois, Rockford, and Moline. They rank them by ratio of the perimeter to aerial. Hint. Texas 35, classic snaking corridor packing Democrats. Illinois 4th, Maryland's 3rd. New York and Illinois urban districts and Democrat maps that maximize blue seats beyond proportional. Yes, that's it. Hey, look at this Cesium Cat. Thank you, Cesium Cat.
Assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Wow, with that from Cesium Cat, that means we are now $100 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Cesium Cat and Renee Collins and everyone else, Brian Ogden and Alia Joe and everyone else. I know I'm missing names, but I should just go and look actually instead of saying it and being like that. I should just go say who like this and say like Wrestler Town, America First, Garfield's Bizarre Adventures, Joe, Dan Gagax, Brian Ogden, America First, Brian Ogden, Joe, Renee, and Cesium Cat, along with there was one on PayPal. Came from, I want to say Lisa Day, I believe. Yes, Lisa Day on PayPal, and then Lurch Linger on Cash App. Thank you all so much. Yes, nice. No early bedtime. Yeah. The biggest problem with AI is that AI analyzes data, but most data now is progressive marks of crap that the Dems flood the market with AI. Doesn't know the difference between truth and lies. Yes, it is. Should have proofread that. Yeah, well. It is what it is. I mean, it is not the end of the world. So let me do this. Then we go over here to and say start another goal. All right. We are currently 100 away from a third additional hour. I think it worked, right? Yeah. For every 100 total donation across all platforms, including memberships, the show will be expended by one additional hour. We are currently 100 away from a third additional hour of the show. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. That is amazing. Amazing grace. How sweet thou shine to save a wretch like me. AI doesn't do data reconciliation well at all. It seems like it doesn't really. Yeah, none of your business. Thank you so much. So here's this is should give us one extra seat. President Trump says red state to redraw congressional map. Trump said he spoke to Governor Lee and he's going to give us another seat. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. Marsha Blackburn, fantastic news. Well, that's that with that, man. What is this? Tennessee Star just says Trump says Governor Lee will redraw the 9th congressional district. Let's hope it does that to get rid of old silly pants Steve Cohen. Yes. Now here's the new map they want to draw. Let's pull it up. This is the new map they want to draw. Look, so it looks pretty good. You got R plus 21, R plus 23, R plus 22, R plus 21, R plus 32, R plus 57. So if you can draw a map like this and have these numbers like this, plus 21, plus 23, I don't understand how anybody can complain. Because it's not like they're just cutting it close and it's like, oh, this is R plus 5, R plus 6. Yes, we need seats in New England. That's the only way that this is going to get solved is if Congress passes something like as they come together on bipartisan nature and pass something that actually fixes it across the whole country, outlaws all of the gerrymandering and comes up with an actual plan, a formula for how seats are drawn. They all have to be drawn like this, and you can't take into consideration anything. It's all just done by like my idea of expanding the number of seats in Congress so that it's like 100,000 people per seat. You have to do like remote hearings and stuff so people can be at their, there's no reason that they should all have to go to Washington, D.C. They should be able to be at their own district inside, their district, meeting with their constituents. But, here's the thing. Like, if you just go to this top left corner and you were to say, like, oh, you just come out until you get the number of people, and then you come over here until you get the number of people. You just keep expanding to the right. And then you drop down and you do the same thing, and you just keep cutting it up like it's squares. Where you go like here, come up and down to the bottom of the state. They come up and down, down. That would be the best way to do it. And so then the districts will be different size depending on the number of people. But be careful what you ask for. I personally believe if they did it like that, that it would be not a problem. Because the only reason that the Democrats are able is because of the way they do these districts. Is the only reason they've had control over Congress for so long. You got to remember, the first time in like 40 or 50 years or 60 years that Republicans held the House of Representatives was in like 1992 or 1990. No, 92, I think it was, or 94. It was the first time in like 50, 60 years. The Democrats had the House of Representatives for 50 straight years because they kept redistricting and pulling shit. So I think that's why a lot of people don't participate. They don't think their vote counts is because they know they were packed in a district where they vote, it doesn't matter. I have a feeling I wouldn't ask for more politicians, though. Here's the thing, though. Do you think they would do more or less with more politicians? I think the more people that are there, you would end up getting rid of the two-party system. You would have multiple parties. Yeah, it was 94, Newt Gingrich. That's what I thought. It was like it was during Clinton. It was the first time in like 60 years, 50, 60 years, since like World War II, before World War II, probably. But anyway, my point being that the more politicians there are, you're going to have no gerrymandering. You're going to have you wouldn't have these huge staffs and all these people. The money would be spread out a lot more. You wouldn't, the more politicians, the harder to buy them all off. Exactly. You would end up with, you would get rid of the two-party system. It would break the two-party system immediately because it'd be a lot easier for a libertarian or a Green Party person or, whatever, MAGA, America First, whatever you want to call it, to win a district. The smaller it is, it'd be much easier to win a district because generally speaking, if you're in that district, most people around you are going to think like you and stuff like that and have the same feelings. It's because they add other areas, but I think people don't feel that way into districts that it's all screwed up. Maps at the very least should be drawn by full counties per district, but the Dem maps seem to carve up counties in pieces. Yes, that's what the Dem maps do. They'll split like Cook County is split into like 8 districts or 9 districts. It's insane in Illinois. It's insane. Resident Memphis, redistrict Memphis, then investigate Shelby County General Sessions Court clerk Tammy Sawyer's Take Him Down 901 ties to SPLC and how she and others were greatly enriched by the legal backroom dealing of selling of Heath Science Park. Then arrested DA that let her off illegally bringing weapons into the courthouse. Tammy has a long history of assaulting police officers, agitating for racial violence, and receives all kind of dirty money. Judge Joe Brown has done it. Oh, yeah, this is the thing. I remember this lady was threatening the cops, and they had armed people trying to get in. This is insane. Insane. Trump says Tennessee governor vows to redistrict. Jonathan says, Thursday's show is hard to follow. My brain has trouble with all the tangential stop-start content. There seemed to be no clear topic focus. Well, Thursday's, are you talking about the Theory Thursday show? Because that was supposed to be the topic of basically just like Operation Bluebeam. But it seemed like it was the stuff that I got sent looked like it was all over the place. Only issue I have with your idea is salary. They can't be what it is now. We need like 1,000 reps. That's a lot of. Yeah, no, but that's the thing, Joe. They wouldn't be. They would be part-time people. Part-time, just like they originally intended to be. Politicians were not supposed to be like a job. They were still supposed to be people that went and worked on their farm, that held their regular day jobs. That's how it should be. They wouldn't need huge staffs. Like right now, most congressmen have a staff of like 40 or 50 people, aides and all this other stuff going to help them, and they're all paid high salaries. It's all part of this package. it should be like a congressman and maybe one or two aides. That's it. That help them. That's it. That's all the staff should be. A secretary that answers the phone and somebody to like organize and keep track of things. That's it. And the congressman should probably, honestly, the congressman should be paid. Every congressman should be paid the medium income. That's it. Whatever the medium income is. You know, if it's 60,000 a year, that's it. 60,000. If it's 50,000, whatever the median income is. That's it.
And America stuck in the quagmire of another war in the Middle East.
A quagmire after 2 weeks. These people, I swear, it's a quagmire after 2 weeks. So this says the Pentagon forges a partnership with leading AI companies. You think they should be paid by the hour they're in the House chambers? Sunshine says phone calls have kept their way. Thank you everyone for giving tonight. Well, thank you so much. Yeah. Well, here's the thing: is I don't think they should even be in the House. I think they should only be in the House for like certain events, and it should be like different times. Like you could have people like they're only allowed to be there, like they have to rotate in and out. And the only people that should have to be in the House all the time are like the Speaker of the House, the Sergeant at Arms, and like the Majority Whip and the Minority Leader and stuff like that. That's it. That's the only people who should be there all the time. The only other people should be there should be like a rotating thing, where whatever the divide is in the Congress, if it's like 60-40 one way, then the people in the Congress at the time would be 60-40. Yeah, they do not debate anymore. No, I don't think they don't debate anymore. But that's what I'm saying. It can all be done over like video conference, just like this. There's absolutely no reason why they couldn't have a giant video conference like a Skype or a Google Meets or something with all the faces in there, and then they bring the guy up on a big screen in there to talk, and the other people are just listening and paying attention. You think they should be paid by the states, not the Fed? They forget who sent them there. Well, they are federal officers, though, under constitutional officers. They're Congress, so they're set up. The positions are set up by the federal government, so they work for the federal government, or they are the federal government. So where are we on the goal for the second hour? We already met the goal, Sunshine, for the second hour. If you look on the bottom, it says we are currently 100 away from a third hour. If you go to the Google thing and you click on it, it'll tell you we got 50 minutes left to hit a third hour. So we're already we already got the second hour. Pentagon forges partnership with leading AI companies. Yeah, they've forgotten the voters. Yeah, they have. Yes, how wonderful. Yes, thanks to Renee and other people, Brian Ogden, America First, Joe, Cesium Cat, Dan Gagax, Garfield's Bizarre Adventures, and Wrestler Town. They were all the major donors, plus Lurch, Linger, and Lisa Day. Thank you. The federal government employees shouldn't get special health insurance either. They should get, well, that's the thing. They shouldn't have special insurance. No, they should have the same insurance they forced on everybody else. Yes, you guys are all great. Thank you. Yes. So the agreements accelerate the transformation towards establishing the United States military as an AI-first fighting force that will strengthen our warfighters' ability to maintain decision superiority across all domains of warfare. SpaceX, OpenAI, Google, NVIDIA, Reflection, Microsoft, Amazon Web Service, and Oracle have all been tapped to provide AI support for the government's classified networks for lawful operational use. As mandated by President Trump and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, the department will continue to envelop our warfighters with advanced AI to meet the unprecedented emerging threats of tomorrow and strengthen our arsenal of freedom. That's right, the arsenal of freedom. That word's important because that's what they called us during World War II. They called the United States the arsenal of freedom. The companies are slated to provide resources and support for the military's network environments at impact level 6 and impact level 7, whatever the fuck that means classified information designated up to secret, while IL-7 has not been publicly defined in the same way by the Pentagon. And April 13th sources sought to notice from the Defense Information Service Systems Agency defines it as top secret, TS, which anybody who's been in the military knows top secret is very broad what's top secret. I mean, simple things are considered top secret. Like any piece of electronic equipment that I worked on when I was in the Navy, the information was considered top secret. More than 1.3 million Department of War employees has already used the Pentagon's own official platform, Gen AI Mill, the department said. The announcement was made after President Trump cut ties with the AI startup Anthropic and its Claude model following the company's refusal to authorize its use for autonomous warfare or mass surveillance. That is not what happened. That is not what happened, you fucking liars. That is not what happened. They said, oh, we want you to sign this and say you won't do this stuff. They were not trying to do any of them things. They were interfering with them doing things like targeting certain people, figuring out where they were, and they were mad because they used it to figure out the Venezuela thing. And somehow they claim that that's something else. Hey, Duck Fat, what's up? Great to see you. DOW is now authorized to use Gemini AI. Yeah, well, they're using Grok too, I think. The designation under federal law designed to protect military systems from foreign sabotage functions as a blacklist, preventing it from doing business with the federal government and its contractors. That's right. Fuck Anthropic. Fuck them. OpenAI can suck a dick. Anthropic sued the federal government to prevent the designation from taking effect. But the Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit ruled on April 8th that the government can label Anthropic as a risk until the litigation plays out. That's right, because that would be interfering with national security shit. And the courts are not supposed to do that at all. Although Anthropic was excluded from the list of current partners, there may still be a chance for future government business. Oh, sure, I'm sure there will be. There'll be some demon rat scum that comes into office eventually, and they'll say, how much money are you going to give me, Anthropic? And they'll go, here's a big payoff, 10% for the big guy. Put it in his offshore account. And they'll go, oh, sure, come on in. They came to the White House a few days ago and had some very good talks. I think things are shaping up. Trump said during an interview, they're very smart. I think they can be of great use. The alliance comes at a time when the United States is sprinting to outpace China in the development and integration of AI tools. Make no mistake, we are in an AI war against China, and we must win the race, said Tyler Saltzman, founder of EdgeRunner AI. He said that China's AI models and hardware dominate the market. It could lead the U.S. to become dependent on that nation for critical technology. We can't let that happen. We cannot let that happen. That cannot happen. That cannot happen. Same thing here from the Economic Times. It says Pentagon reaches agreement with AI companies. So they're doing a bunch of stuff. They're getting the AI in order. I think some of it's good, some of it's bad. I mean, I don't want AI in charge of like targeting people or something. I mean, as long as it's just used to aid people in making decisions, I don't see a problem with it as long as they're not using it to make decisions. Like, oh, the AI said this. So, because that basically is why you have people that drive into rivers and lakes and ponds and stuff, drive off the road because they're listening to the AI, which, like not AI per se, but like somewhat menial AI in GPS and stuff like that. And for maps and giving them directions, and they'll just follow the directions, even if it tells them some crazy thing like drive here, turn right here. And it's a fucking house. That's happened a lot. And the same thing I fear would happen with, because let's be 100% real here. Some of the people, not all, not even all, I wouldn't even say a majority, but some of the people that work for the government are not the brightest bulbs, And if a computer, which they think is like knows everything, it's just super smart, tells them something, they're going to be like, well, the computer told me, it's got to be right. It's basically like the movie Idiocracy playing out in real time. Wow. Congress has become the millionaires club, which is self-serving, voting themselves raises and benefits without doing their fundamental job. It's getting disgusting. It is really disgusting. Well, the Pentagon labeled the AI startup, which was widely used across the Defense Department, a supply chain risk, bearing its use to Pentagon and its contractors. Since the Pentagon deemed Anthropic's products a supply chain risk in March, the two sides became embroiled in a lawsuit. Since the blow-up, AI entrants have said the military has sped up the process of incorporating them into secret and top-secret data levels. Pentagon staffers, former officials, and IT contractors who work closely with the U.S. military have told Reuters they were reluctant to give up Anthropic's AI tools. Well, they can be reluctant all they want, but they're going to do what the fuck they told because that's how the chain of command works. AI has become increasingly important for the U.S. military. Google, which the Pentagon already uses, has signed a deal enabling Defense Department to use its AI models for classified work. Anthropic is still seen as a risk. We won't be able to make a difference in the country until we stop the bribery in our government. I agree. While numerous companies and public and private entities have gained access to the Mythos preview product and helped secure their IT infrastructure, President Trump said last week Anthropic was shaping up. So that's what we read earlier. Same thing here. This is from a left-wing source that says, Pentagon strikes deal with 7 biggest AI companies. Basically the same story. AI companies will be used for lawful operational use. I mean, why? The companies involved are SpaceX, ChatGPT, OpenAI. Because if I'm not mistaken, I believe they transferred control of Grok to SpaceX. It's not part of. It's part of something like XAI, which is part of SpaceX, I think. All right. This is bad news. This is bad news for some people who like to travel by budget planes. Spirit Airlines is going to shut down as early as this weekend after the federal bailout attempt fails. Spirit Airlines is preparing to shut down after the failed effort to get federal money to get the commercial airline into operation. The discount carrier was hoping to finalize a $500 million bailout from the federal government. The Trump administration had been hesitant to fund a bailout, and Spirit bondholders argued it would hurt them economically. Oh, so the bondholders just want their money out. They want it to go bankrupt so they can sell off all the equipment and just get paid. I mean, here's the thing, though. I don't know if they own the planes or if they're leasing the planes. I'm not sure. But because, the U.S. uses a lot of aircraft to fly illegal aliens out of the country. So they could just be like, hey, Spirit, why don't you change your name to Deportation Airlines or some Deport Air or something, and we'll use you to deport all these people, and we'll pay you the set fee every day and something. I don't know. Combined with the lack of funding and rising fuel costs, the airline is running out of cash. Now the airline is looking to end operations and liquidate its fleet. From our blackmail autocracy, follow the money, know the players. Well, that's interesting. And then Trump says the Spirit Airline deal is still possible after the $500 million bailout fell apart. Spirit Airlines is preparing to go bankrupt. If we could do it, we would do it, but only as a good deal, Trump said. That's a lot of yellow planes, man. That's a lot of yellow planes. I'd like to save the jobs if we can help them, but we will. But we have to come. We have to come first. We're first. Spirit has been in talks with the Trump administration about a deal that would hand the government a stake of up to 90%. 90%. The U.S. has been snapping up pieces of companies. They own a piece of Intel. They own some other companies. So the deal was reportedly facing an uphill battle as some members of the Trump administration fought over how to fund the bailout and whether they should back it at all. Some Spirit bondholders oppose the help altogether. Why would bondholders oppose the help? Oh, because they don't want to have to wait for their bond money to be paid out. They want to just get paid out. If it goes bankrupt, the bondholders, I think, move to the front of the line to get the money. So that's probably why they want it to just go bankruptcy and get their money back. A spokesperson for Spirit declined to comment, and the White House did not immediately respond to comment. Trump has previously said he would like someone to acquire the struggling airline, saying it was possible the government could get involved, signaling his latest interest in getting the White House involved. Maybe Elon Musk would just buy it. Elon Musk has got the money. He could just buy it. Elon Musk made almost $200 billion last year from Tesla alone. He could buy that airline. So United and American quickly swooped in Friday to say they were preparing to support Spirit customers if the rival carrier shuts down. United Airlines CEO has shared doubts about the government bailout. Kirby called Spirit an interesting experiment that has failed, adding that its business model is fundamentally flawed. Yes. Congress should be made to wear a jersey like soccer so we get to see the big endorsements printed on a jersey. Border Patrol should buy it. $200 million would buy it. Well, I think $500 million is what they were saying would buy a 90% stake. So Elon could just come in with $1 billion and be like, I own it all. It's mine. And decide what he wants to do. roll it in. I mean, you get somebody like Elon, somebody that's actually going to look at the numbers and do things and like really focus on that stuff. I think it could work. Spirit, like many other global airlines, has been struggling to contend with the surging jet fuel prices. On April 30th, the average jet fuel price in Houston, Los Angeles, and Chicago was $4.51 a gallon. This ex-airlines, that's what I'm saying. Many airlines have responded by cutting down on long-haul routes, especially as they are forced to reroute some flights around war zones. Not war zones in the United States. So what are they talking about? Spirit has its plans to shrink its fleet to about 1/3 of its pre-bankruptcy size, or 76 or 80 aircraft by the third quarter of 2026. The Florida-based airline, which filed for bankruptcy last summer for the second time in less than a year, built its turnaround plan based on fuel costs averaging $2.24 a gallon, according to its March disclosures. I mean, why would you base it on that number? That seems insane. Spirit is best known for its neon yellow Airbus planes and ultra low ticket fares, as well as the sky high prices for check bags, priority seats. Yes, they charge you more, almost more than the seat itself if you want to check a bag or if you want to pick a seat. Pick a seat. Well, all right. We'll watch a short video about this as soon as it comes up, as long as it doesn't screw me over. Here we go. Oh, look at this. Some UMCG, University Global, California. Wow.
EDU. Welcome back. We have some breaking news for you on the fate of Spirit Airlines. CBS News has learned the low-cost carrier could shut down as soon as Saturday. Let's get to CBS News senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve. Chris, thank you for your time today. So it looks like the federal government could have bailed out Spirit. So what ultimately happened there?
Well, those negotiations stalled around a $500 million bailout. There were three groups of Spirit creditors. Two were on board, but the Spirit bondholders were not. Now, we understand from the president there before he left the White House, he said a final offer has been made. He says he would like to try to save the jobs, and they'll have more of an announcement later today. But our understanding is those talks are stalled, barring last-minute intervention. So certainly things could change. But as of now, Spirit is preparing to have to cease operations as soon as Saturday, tomorrow, because they're running out of available cash on hand. You know, we've known for a few days now that their amount of financial runway was measured in days, not weeks. It appears now that runway is coming to an abrupt end. Now, the airline is operating normally today. There are Spirit planes in the air right now with passengers on them getting to their destinations. The airline is focused on safely operating those flights and officially is not commenting on these reports. But, you know, we understand from many sources, including those at the federal government, that they have been alerted now that Spirit likely ceases operations in the next 24 hours because they're just simply out of available funds.
Yeah, and Chris, there's something you've talked about before about what happens if Spirit Airlines no longer exists. You said prices would be higher for some travelers. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure. So a couple of things. For people that have Spirit reservations, if the airline ceases to operate, those would obviously be canceled. You'd get a refund from your credit card company. It's the people that are mid-trip that are going to essentially be stuck. Now, we know other airlines are preparing what they call rescue fares. There are plans that the other airlines had put together when Spirit first went into bankruptcy back in 2024. They came out, went back in. So you'll look for outreach from other airlines to Spirit customers to try to get them home. But there are going to be thousands of people potentially that have their trips disrupted because the airline ceases to operate. If you have Spirit frequent flyer points, those will likely become worthless. So those are the Spirit flyers. For everyone else, Spirit is about 2% of the seating capacity nationwide. They're not a huge airline anymore, but in the markets where they have a big presence in particular, think Orlando, Fort Lauderdale, New York, Detroit, they do have an impact on pricing. And Spirit says when they exit a route, fares go up by as much as 23%. That's about $60 a round trip. And that's not just for Spirit flyers, that's for everyone.
Wow. Very important to keep that in mind. We'll see what happens with all this. Chris Van Cleve, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Wow.
I only got one question.
Wow. Oh. Wow. This brings up stuff because you think he's sleeping with his headphones on? He might be. He might have walked away. He might be talking to someone else. He might. I don't know. He could be here still. He could be sleeping. He could. I hope he's okay. I mean, I hope he's fine. I hope he's not. No, I hope he's not having any issues. That's all I'll say with that. So, let's see. And don't you know we woo? And don't you know we woo? So look at this. So Elon Musk, Tesla compensation for the year 2025 was close to 200 billion with a B. Billion with a B. Billion with a B. Billion with a B. Oh, there's low water mark. Everyone was wondering where you went. Are you okay?
Right.
Huh? You fall asleep?
No.
Okay. Okay, that's good. I was worried about you. I figured you were just doing something else. You must have. I figured you just had something to do. No, he doesn't pass out drunk. He's a professional.
Yep.
Josie Cat says, my husband's obsessed that globalists are looking to make air travel possible for only the wealthy. Well, yeah, that's what they want. That's really what they want. They want everyone to live in like a 15-minute city and be controlled, and they control everything. You own nothing and be happy. You will own nothing and be happy. That's their plan, man. That's their plan, Stan. No need to be coy, Roy. So Elon Musk's compensation totals $200 billion for 2025. I would be happy too. Look at that face. He's like, yeah, that's right, bitches. That's my money. Investors signed off on a $1.27 trillion stock award for chief executive Elon Musk. Tesla tallied up Elon Musk's annual compensation for the first time since shareholders approved his moonshot pay package, and it's a doozy. 158 billion, S 200 billion, whatever that is. I don't know what the S stands for. The 2025 total was revealed in a regulatory filing late on April 30th, about 6 months after investors signed off on a $1 trillion stock award for the electric car maker's longtime chief executive officer. The staggering figure is exceptional, even in the context of increasingly large pay packages for executives seen as visionary and essential to the success of companies they lead. You were watching May 1st activities in Cuba. Shocker, power was on for that. Oh, yeah, they got Mayday stuff in Cuba. That's right, Mayday today. I didn't see a S's stock. Oh, okay. Chuck, Musk turned Tesla into the electric vehicle market leader and became the world's richest person in the process. Though the manufacturer has struggled of late with rising competition out of China, the billionaire has recently turned his attention to other parts of his business empire, particularly rocket maker SpaceX, which is attempting to stage the biggest initial public offering of all time in June. Like, I don't know. I might have to get in on that. April 30th filing offered new insight into the overlap between his companies, revealing that Tesla generated more than $500 million in revenue in 2025 from selling products to other Musk-run companies. So $500 million from selling Teslas to other companies like SpaceX Teslas. Or the bulk of the sales came from doing business with XAI. Mr. Musk's artificial intelligence startup. Tesla first disclosed in January. The automaker added this week that it also recognized another 143 million in revenue from SpaceX. Bloomberg News reported in April that SpaceX likely purchased more than 100 million worth of Cybertrucks. Oh yeah, because they need something to drive around in. The company's slow selling electric pickup in the fourth quarter of 2025. Well, I mean, the trucks I thought were really expensive. They're not very. I mean, if they did all the stuff they claim they do, if they were really bulletproof, then I think it would do better. But there may be a significant disconnect between what the company reports as Musk's total compensation in a given year and the value actually realized, Tesla said in a filing.
on the 2025 CEO Performance Award to our founder and CEO, Elon Musk, with over 75% voting in favor. Approved.
Wow. Wow. So, yeah, robots and stuff. Elon's out there. He got paid. Yeah. Well, I mean, these people are voting on it, so I guess that means they know what they're doing. They're paying them the money. I guess they're making money. Will Elon get that in 20s? I don't know. If I was him, I would want it all in singles. I would want them to build me like a. I mean, can you imagine how tall? You know, what would the dimensions be of 200 billion in singles? I mean, clearly it's 200 billion, but I wonder. Let's XAI that. Okay. How tall would a stack of money all in singles be, totaling let's see if a single bill is 0.0043 inches thick. 200 billion, blah, blah, blah. The calculation, the stack would be a stack of 200 billion of $1 US bills would be 13,573 miles tall. Wow. Wow. 13,000 miles tall. Wow. Wow. Wow, that's a crazy number. 13,000 miles tall. Yeah, 1 trillion when I was a kid was a fake number. Now a human is about to have it. I think he's already worth over $1 trillion by now. If not, I mean, if you take all the values of everything. All that was with Tesla losing the subsidy for e-vehicles and all the negative press. Yeah. Look at that, 13,000 miles. That's like, I mean, I bet you if you, instead of stacking them on top of each other, if you put them end to end, let's see, let's do this. What if you laid them end to end lengthwise? Oh, sorry, I get distracted. Fake. I know, I got it. I figured it out. I get distracted. I was interested. Each bill is approximately 6 inches long. 1.26 million miles. Holy shit. 1.26 million miles. I think, isn't that like more than the distance to the moon? Isn't the moon only like a couple 100,000 miles? Or am I wrong? 19,381,000 miles. Oh my God. How many times to the moon? How many times would that get you to the moon and back? Sorry, I know this is, I know. We don't understand fake monies. Trillion is a T. Yeah. Wow. You could 40 times. The money could go back to the moon and back 40 times. Oh, my Lord. 40.5 times. So it would basically be like each trip. So it could go to the moon and come back and end up at the moon, basically, and not enough time to come back. Holy crap. That's a lot of monies. That's a lot of dim. Trump said he may consider withdrawing troops from Italy, Spain, and Germany, too. President Trump said on April 30th, suggesting he may consider pulling some U.S. troops out of Spain and Italy, citing their lack of support throughout the now 2-month U.S.-Israeli war with Iran. Trump had indicated the day before that he would review a possible reduction in U.S. troops stationed in Germany, saying that he would make a final decision in a short period of time. On April 30th, a reporter asked Trump whether he would consider the same for Spain and Italy, given their cool reaction to the attacks. And why shouldn't I? Italy has not been of any help, and Spain has been horrible, absolutely horrible. The United States has 12,662 active duty troops stationed in Italy as of December 2025, according to the Pentagon. Spain, there was a total of 3,814. Italy is in fourth place among the top 5 nations with the highest number of active duty troops, behind Japan, Germany, and South Korea. You're not greedy, you'll just take a mile of money. Oh, low watermark left. I guess he was done. He didn't say much. Okay. Wonder what else was good for them. Oh, Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Do. It's Friday night and I'm feeling kind of sporty. I went to the bar, got me a 40. Got kind of drunk. Adios. Yes. Trump, leave the troops in Italy. I like traveling there. Well, this might just be posturing, like they say, the big ass type of thing. Trump's threat to Germany started after Chancellor Friedrich Merz said on April 27th that Iran was humiliating the United States, telling students that an entire nation is being humiliated by the Iranian leadership. Like, this guy's a nut job. We're not being humiliated. What is he talking about? The Iranians are obviously very skilled at negotiating, or rather very skillful at not negotiating. Letting Americans travel to Islam is bad and then leave again without a result. Yeah, this guy should get put in his place, like immediately, like, oh, okay, cool, dude. Goodbye. Have a nice day. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. Merz was referring to Trump's decision to send U.S. officials to pack up Stanley's on April 27th for negotiations with the Iranians after he abruptly canceled a previous summit scheduled for 2 days before. They didn't send anybody there. You love the song? My husband's from Italy, and he had hopes for Maloney. The EU needs to disband. Yep. Afterwards, Merz says he was still on good terms with Trump, despite the disagreements over Iran. I don't think so, dude. I don't think so. From my perspective, my personal relationship with the U.S. president remains good. I simply had doubts from the start about what was begun with the war in Iran, and that's why I had made it clear. We don't really care. We don't really care what you say, We don't care what you say anymore. This is our fight. Dun, 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 dun. Go ahead, leave us alone, and we'll kick Iran's butt. Da, 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 it's my life. In response, Trump and Merz should focus more on the war between Russia and Ukraine. The Chancellor of Germany should spend more time on ending the war with Russia-Ukraine. Yes. Russia-Ukraine. It's insane in the membrane. Yes. And those are getting rid of Iran's nuclear threat, thereby making the world, including Germany, a safer place. That's right. It's all right. Feeling all right. Ooh, feeling too good myself. Ooh. Hey, I just want to say to anybody who's watching on Instagram, we are coming up on the 4-hour mark. And the way Instagram works is they have a cap of 4 hours for a live stream. So the live stream is going to cut off. There's nothing I can do about it. If you're watching on Instagram, please consider coming over to YouTube or Rumble or Kick or Twitch or X or Facebook or Locals or Rumble or whatever. I don't know. I might have said Rumble twice. Or Facebook or Google or YouTube, something. But if you're still there, I just want to say, if you're still on Instagram, come on back over somewhere else and have a nice day. Bye-bye. Mm-hmm. There we go. It's all fixed. Saving them changes. Wow, 4 hours. Go Jim. Oh yeah, it's a good one. We're almost there. We're almost a dare. We're almost a dare. A dare. A dare eat air. Yeah, Trump threatens to pull some troops out of Germany while lambasting ineffective MERS. So it doesn't sound like Trump agrees with this guy that they still have a good relationship. This sounds like maybe the relationship isn't so good. It's a little frosty. Frederick Merz has been a bit defensive since his early week swipe at President Trump. Yeah, saying that the U.S. is being humiliated. We're not. He claims he's still got a good relationship, but he doesn't. ADOS, attention deficit, shiny squirrel disorder. Yeah, well, Mother Papillons, it's good to see you're feeling better. Where's that insomniac grandson of yours been? Missing his cameos. He was in here earlier today. I'm not feeling better per se. I'm feeling better than I was last night. What the hell? Why did my phone just start playing something? I'm not. I still like what happened, Mother Papillons. I got a couple of vaccines yesterday against my better judgment. I got the second shot of the shingles vaccine and a pneumonia vaccine, which they talked me into because they're like, "Oh no, this is normal. You should get it." And at about 1 o'clock in the morning, I started feeling like I was dying, like I was sweating, I was burning up, I was shaking, I had the shakes. I couldn't do. I was like this, and you noticed it because I was moving and doing stuff, trying to get over it. And I went to bed, and I woke up this morning in just a puddle of sweat. It was brutal. Like I was really like, and I still don't feel. I still feel about 70%, 80% good. There's still something going on. My head is foggy. My brain is not working right. I'm hoping this goes away. I didn't want to. Yeah, it makes sense. That's no good for you. I know. Yeah, like during the show, remember I said my fingers were going numb because my fingers felt like they were going numb. I was like, why are my fingers numb? It was weird. But I don't know. Everywhere I looked, it said, oh, this is normal. You'll be fine. Yeah, best news because Jim tells you that's right. I thought about not doing a show tonight, but I knew I owed it to all you people to do a show, power through it, get it done, get you the show because this is all news that you have to get. Yeah. But all the stuff he said, that MERS has said carpal tunnel, something. It was just my fingertips and both hands were going numb. It was like they were just numb. Hey, Hank, what's up? Great to see you. Say no to vaccines. Well, I don't know, man. The shingles scared me. I knew somebody who got the shingles, and I was like, oh, buddy, because I had chickenpox as a kid, and they say if you had chickenpox as a kid, you got poisoned. It sounds like I did. Honestly, I feel like I got poisoned. I really do. I feel like I got poisoned. I've had a headache for 24 hours now. It's bad. I've had a fever. Like right now, I should take my temperature. I probably have like 101 fever right now. Like, I don't know. But everything they're like, oh, that's normal. You'll be fine. It lasts 24 to 72 hours, but then you'll be fine. I'm like, okay. So Trump hasn't backed down. He hit back again on Thursday and said they should focus on problems like the Ukraine-Russia war and has been totally ineffective. Yeah, that's what he said. The U.S. president once again reiterated that Germany is broken and that it's especially true on the immigration and energy front. And he reiterated that his Operation Epic Fury is making the world, including Germany, a safer place. My nose is itching too now. Merz earlier sought to place some of Germany's economic woes precisely on the war raging in the Middle East and ongoing Strait of Hormuz closure. His initial April 29th remarks had included the following. In Germany and Europe, we're suffering from the consequences such as the closure of the strait. Oh, really? No, you're suffering because you let those fuckhead Ukrainians blow up your pipeline that was coming into your country. That's why you're suffering. That's why. That's why. Just came from the Enforcers channel chat, asked everyone that is American to press 1. I was the only American in the chat. Oh my God. You asked 3 times. Wow, that's not good. That's not good. The United States is studying and reviewing the possible reduction of troops in Germany with a determination to be made over the next short period of time. How about you just pull them out? There's no need for them. They're fine. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. Responsible statecrafts Trita Parsi is also a deep Iran war critic, but says the EU leaders are full of hypocrisy on the Iran war issue. It needs to be called out. Merz is not wrong by saying he's delusioned by the U.S. and Israel over Iran, but they claimed at the beginning they could solve this problem within days. Now I must recognize it's not solved, but he is in no position to complain. He applauded the war and as a result owns the outcome. It's a typical of some EU leaders who support and help facilitate the U.S. worst instincts. I think it's a great instinct to go after Iran. And then pretend that they're innocent. The comments underscore several European leaders' reassessment of the relationship with Trump. Well, good. How about we don't want a relationship with you? Have a nice day. A tendency to smooth ties by currying favor has given way to a more sober perspective of the U.S. president who's repeatedly called into question NATO. Why do we have NATO? What's the need for NATO? We don't need NATO. Get rid of NATO. No more NATO. Bye-bye NATO. Tornado. German Chancellor demands Iran must come to the negotiating table. It's time to stop playing games. Oh, let's see what he gets. So now.
Europäischen Rat in der letzten Woche auf Zypern habe ich dafür geworben, den Sanktionsdruck auf Teheran jetzt noch einmal zu erhöhen. Denn wenn Hormuz blockiert bleibt.
Wow, if this guy was just going like this, going, Dyson, then he would look like a real German leader. Jay Santiago says, don't bother taking your temp. I had it for 24 hours last week. I could barely move, though proves we're healthier than we thought. Cheers, y'all. Oh, thanks, Jay. Thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you for being a member for 3 months. Yeah, this speech, he's not animated enough. For a German to be talking shit like this, they need to be animated. They need to be pounding the table. Nein.
Hat das massive wirtschaftliche Schäden für uns alle. Unsere Botschaft lautet daher, der Iran muss an den Verhandlungstisch kommen. Er muss aufhören, auf Zeit zu spielen. Er darf nicht länger die ganze Region und letztendlich die ganze Welt zur Geisel nehmen. Das militärische Nuklearprogramm im Iran muss beendet werden. Es darf keine Schläge mehr gegen Israel und die Partner in der Region geben.
Look up Raynaud's syndrome. Is that like Renaud de Chatillon? I am Renaud de Chatillon. Makes your fingers go numb. Okay. I don't know. It was weird. Sometimes if I have my elbow sitting on the chair thing like this for too long, it'll make my fingers go numb. But this was different because my arms weren't on there and I was sitting here and it was numb. And I was like, okay, this is not good. But usually, because it's usually like blood flow getting cut off, like when your elbow is sitting on something, it cuts off the blood flow. But Sunshine, thanks for being here. Thank you. So that's Merz, and he didn't sound like a normal German. Irregardless. The fresh critique by leading EU head of state is certainly going to add fuel to the fire of Trump's ratcheting anti-EU and anti-NATO rhetoric. Trump is just saying what the vast majority of American people think. NATO is a relic of the Cold War. It should have gone away when the Cold War ended. It definitely should have gone away when the Russians came and asked to join NATO in 2000 and early 2002, late 2001, and were told, no, you can't because it will freak everybody else out. Mother Papillon says, between Trump and Hegseth, they have more functioning nutsacks than this dude's whole country. Not sorry. Yeah, buckle up, Buttercup. That's right. Thank you, Hank. Mm-hmm. Want to know more? Yeah, that's funny. That's from that movie, Starship Troopers, right? Want to know more? Didn't say anything. Now Trump threatens to withdraw troops from Italy and horrible Spain. We should. Okay. And then we got China's foreign minister tells Rubio Taiwan is the biggest risk in ties. Look at this. Ang says gifted 5. Jim tells you membership. Wow. Thank you so much, Ang. Let's see who got those memos. It says Improbi, Ior Lors 608. Siege Perilous, Not That Karen, and the Ministry of Silly Walks Esquire. Well, thank you so much to all you people. Look at all you friendly people. Thank you so much, Hank, for adding those memberships. That's great of you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was a good Tupac song. I appreciate it. Or was it I appreciate you or something? I don't know. It's a good song. Mother, right? It's talking about his mother. Even if you're all a crack queen, you're my black queen, something like that. Crack fiend, crack queen. So that means we are 70 away now, 70 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. So what do we think about this? China is saying, if you don't let us take Taiwan, we're not going to be your friends, basically. If you try to stop us from taking Taiwan, we're not going to be your friends. That's what's going on here. Oh, he speaks for Xi Jinping. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi says the U.S. should keep its promises and make the right choices in order to open a new space for China-U.S. cooperation and make a due effort for world peace. China and U.S. should prepare for important high-level exchanges. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said in call with U.S. Secretary Marco Rubio on April 30th, while warning the Taiwan issue its biggest point of risk relations. The Taiwan issue is a concern of China's core interests. Mr. Wang told Rubio, adding, U.S. should keep our promises and make the right choices in order to open a new space for China-U.S. corporations and make due effort for world peace. Official summary of the call released by Mr. Wang. The phone conversation came weeks before an expected mid-May summit between U.S. President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing, and it underscored Taiwan's place at the top of Beijing's agenda. Mr. Wang and Mr. Rubio last met in person in Munich in February as trade tensions between the world's two largest economies, a fragile tariff truce was struck during a Trump-Xi meeting in South Korea last October. Under the strategic guidance of President Xi Jinping and President Trump, China-U.S. relations have generally remained stable. Mr. Wang told Rubio during April 30th call, the first publicly known conversation between the two men since the U.S. and Israel began strikes against Iran. Both sides should safeguard a hard-won stability, make a good preparation for agenda of important high-level interactions, expand cooperation, manage differences, Mr. Wang said. Two men also discussed the situation in the Middle East, and Chinese readout showed without providing further details, according to Reuters. So what do we think about this? I mean, the Chinese want Taiwan. I don't know, honestly, I don't know if we could stop them. We can make it really difficult. I mean, they're going to take heavy losses just from the Taiwanese. The Taiwanese are loaded to bear unless they somehow were able to infiltrate with spies and stuff and do stuff to try to like counter everything. Oh, don't forget the egg roll in a fried rice. Yes. You want fried rice? Egg roll. Egg roll. P.S. Thank you to the person who gave me the membership. So my first name is really James. Jim is one of the few that tell people without any bullshit. Well, I try, and I try to do it with a little humor. I try to be funny. I use funny voices. I'll sing songs. I'll do things just because these news topics are tedious and black pilling like you wouldn't believe. The stories I see every day, and some of them I go, I can't talk about this story. This is brutal. But you got to do something to keep it light and keep it going. I will never intentionally lie to you guys. If I don't know something is true, I'll say, I'm not sure if this is true or not. I'll say that. And if it's my opinion, I'll say, this is my opinion. But if I'm reading news stories or providing context from news stories, I'm going to be as honest as I possibly can be from what I perceive the truth to be. This is from the Financial Post, which just says that Chinese officials speak to Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, and Marco Rubio, based as AF, Secretary of State. So, yeah, this same basically, a Chinese foreign minister tells Rubio Taiwan is the biggest risk in the ties. Well, Taiwan wouldn't even be a question about Taiwan if it wasn't for Bill Clinton, who basically kowtowed to the Chinese and reversed. We had a treaty, a defense treaty. We still have it's like a backdoor type of thing where we're going to provide them with stuff. But we used to have like a legit treaty that if they were attacked, we were going to come to their aid. I'm pretty sure that's gone. When I was in the Navy, we trained with Taiwanese and Japanese and Philippine, like all these different South Koreans, these different navies. They would come in, they were in the classes with us, they would go and would do stuff with us. And so, because they basically are using the same equipment, the same platforms, they get a lot of their ships from us. I don't know if that's true anymore, like if they're still doing that. I don't think they are. I don't think they're training with the Taiwanese anymore. And I think Taiwan is just buying ships, but South Koreans, I think, are building some of their own ships. So the U.S. should prepare for important high-level exchanges. The Taiwan issue concerns China's core interests. Why is it China's core interest to have this little island? Doesn't make any sense. Like, then the U.S. can just say, well, Cuba's in our core interest. We have to have that little island. But there's nothing really that we're taking. It's just free those people. Like you have Taiwan, who's a free country that has elections, that people actually vote and get elected, and they care about freedom, and Taipei is a wonderful city and all this stuff. Yet we're supposed to let them be swallowed by a giant behemoth of communism, Marxism, Maoism, and death. Yeah, I'm going to say, how about no? That's what I'm going to say. How about no? Cheers, sunshine. Yes, thank you. I like the Asian version of the news. Well, thank you. The phone conversation came weeks before an expected mid-May summit between U.S. President Donald John Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing. And it underscored Taiwan's place at the top of Beijing's agenda. Like, why? Why? Oh, I know why. Because you want those chips. You want to take the chips that you can't build yourself. Because that's all the technology China's ever gotten was stolen. And so they want to steal that too. Negative Roscoe Pico. We talking about Roscoe Pico train? Roscoe Pico train? That's what you're saying? Roscoe Pico train. Get. Boss hog. Under the strategic guidance of President Xi Jinping and President Trump, China and U.S. relations have generally remained stable. $100 super chat for a singing lesson. Well, I don't know about all that. I don't know, but I ain't got no time for that. Yeah. This is from the Hong Kong Free Press. Hong Kong Free Press says China urges U.S. preserve stability in the TARS with the warnings that Tehran is a risk point. Oh, and staying on China, did you know that there was an American scientist that was working at Harvard that was secretly funneling information and stuff to the Chinese? He was arrested and charged with crimes, and then got like Biden administration basically just let him go. And now he's in China and he's building super soldier chimps and other stuff, and it's got the Pentagon sweating. Oh, Jay says, I don't get to watch live too much. It's great to just chill with you all live when I can. Well, that's great. It's the show, like my show. I know it's not like the greatest show in the world, but I do try to talk to the chat a lot. I make an effort to talk to the chat because you guys are part of the show. And so if you say something that can add to the show or have a question, I want to engage with you. I want this to be a personal relationship, build a nice, friendly community where we can disagree about stuff, but still remain friendly. Whoa, wait, what is that? Whoa, look at this. They had a monkey guy in a cage. Wow, that's crazy. Dear reader, apologies for missing yesterday. Not too much comeback, eh? Okay. What? The Pentagon is super anxious about a recent high-visibility defection to China. First, renowned Harvard brain researcher Richard Lieber was convicted in 2021 for lying to authorities about payments he received from China. He spent 2 days in jail and 6 months of house arrest. He also had to pay $50,000 fine to the IRS. Not to digress, but really, doesn't that seem low for selling out to China? Proof our side aren't assholes. Have heard. Hong Kong is. That's what makes this the best show or my favorite anyway. Well, I tried. I want the megalomaniacs and just want Taiwan. Yeah. I have fun. I enjoy doing the show. I enjoy it. I enjoy talking to all you people. I do. So he arrived in China Yes, this guy arrived in China in April of 2025 and opened a brand new iBrain center. Yeah, so the Biden administration gave this guy a slap on the wrist and basically let him go back to China. Probably because I have to think, the only thing I can come up with, and this is my opinion, is that the Biden administration, people in the Biden administration were getting paid off. We all know John Kerry and Hunter Biden, John Kerry's sons, other Pelosi's sons, all these people's kids are all involved in business dealings with China. The whole thing with the Hunter's laptop and the 10% for the big guy, all the Chinese money stuff paid out, they got paid off, man. Oh, Iowa Backyard Cam says, have a great evening. Late, liked, and listening from the top. Well, thank you, Iowa Backyard Cams. It's awesome to have you here. So in his research, this guy has a new iBrain center in Shenzhen province. Prior to Reuters reporting on this, we had no real idea what this trader was doing. In his new research lab, he has placed 2,000 research primates and access to cutting-edge chip lithography. China has long sought after destination for scientists conducting risky research with high downsides. Yeah, just like the Wuhan lab. Wuhan lab was in China. Just ask Anthony Fauci and Peter Daszak and roughly 20 million people who died of the lab-cooked COVID-19. I don't know. Was 20 million people that died, Billy, or did they just count everybody who died and just said they had COVID? So that's part of it. Come on. Thank you, Jet. I appreciate you too. He stated his mission to cure or fix degenerative nerve and brain diseases like ALS. China, on the other hand, is highly interested in mass-producing super soldiers. Beijing has identified the so-called brain-computer interfaces as a national priority. The reasons are obvious to anyone who's even briefly read dystopic sci-fi. Not only could you theoretically create super soldiers, but you wouldn't need to actively censor or control the population the way China does its own if you could simply reprogram them with brain chips at birth. Think about that. If they just implanted these, because China could do that, that's what they could do. China would just be like, oh no, we are places in our baby head. We don't even tell the people. These in there. Yes, yes. China extremely loose scientific ethics also do not prevent it from following up the 2,000 primates with a few thousand Muslim Uyghurs. That's right. They'll just test and use them as guinea pigs, as they say. But this makes an ultra sexy destination for ideologically driven, insane scientists. No FDA to foot drag human trials of cybernetic brain microchips in China. They are making seduction robots. I think so. And have them come here and go, dun, dun, dun. What's that thing like? These boots are made from yeah. Na, 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 na. These boots are made for walking. From Austin Powers with the fembots. Dun, 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 dun. Trump won't talk to a wanker. I hope so. Prager consensus on ideas is secondary to clarity on set opinions and disagreements for a robust debate to thrive in a democratic society. Thanks, Jim. Kudos, my friend. Oh, yes. Kisses to you too, Hank. This is a complete canard compared to the real thing. For example, when Musk said his technology helped a totally paralyzed vegetative person speak again, he means robotically, like a speak and spell. Massive upgrade? Indeed. Really speaking? Definitely not. Yes, rest in peace, Charlie. Yes, rest in peace, Charlie. And setting aside that no one really knows the health consequences of adding silicone to biological hardware that took billions of years to evolve, cancer almost certainly and probably as a best case. Where we go from here is up for debate. While I get the Pentagon's anxiety, it's always safe to hedge on everything eventually possible. I don't think China fielding drone cybernetic super chimps is actually ever going to work. Well, just like that famous James Bond movie. Never say never again. Dun, 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 dun. Well, let's see here. It looks like we might have hit the end of the show tonight, because we've gone for about 4.5 hours, and Blaze has a story: China via sponsor selling for 20,000. Wow, that's crazy. Here's the guy. Let's see. This is the guy. Taipei Times. This is from Taiwan. This is the guy that's doing it. U.S. scientist builds brain computer lab in Shenzhen. This is the guy. Like, this guy should still light outside, 8:25. This guy should be what's the word I'm looking for? Renditioned. This guy should be renditioned back to the U.S. or at least into a U.S. embassy for some strongly worded conversation involving a towel, like a 400, 500 thread count towel, and a 5-gallon bottle of water. Listen, did you know you can buy Coke infused with pee in China from vending machines? What? Why would you do that? Why would anyone want pee flavored cocaine infused? Yeah, why would anyone want cocaine that someone peed on? Ugh. That's gross. You'd be smelling pee all day long. This guy was found guilty and convicted of making false statements to U.S. federal investigators. He served just 2 days in prison and 6 months under house arrest, and then he was gone. Thanks to the Biden administration, who hates this fucking country and did everything in their power to destroy this fucking country. You people can't see it. What they did, all the shit they did, nonstop. Oh, no, not cocaine, Coca-Cola. Oh, ew. So people are drinking pee? Oh, that's worse than smelling it. Yuck, oh. That's gross. Okay. And then there was some good news, though. We had a Chinese national was indicted for COVID-era hacking scheme. Disabused. Okay. It's the fizz. The Piz. Oh, my God. Ugh. That's gross. So a guy that was a COVID-era hacking scheme was extradited to Texas. He's going to learn. Don't mess with Texas. A years-long effort has resulted in the extradition of a Chinese national facing multiple espionage charges in Houston. Chinese national Zhu Ziwei was extradited to the U.S. from Italy over the weekend and appeared before a federal judge in Houston on Monday. He faces a 9-count indictment for his role in the People's Republic of China Hafnium computer intrusion campaign targeting U.S. companies, which also compromised thousands of computers worldwide. Hunters, Kamala, Obama, and Zelensky took the Pepsi challenge. They all preferred Coke with large straws. Yes, they did. Ziwei was taken into custody in Milan, Italy, last July at the request of U.S. authorities. PRC national Zheng Yu were both indicted in 2023. Yu remains at large. Who? You. Not you? No, you. You. Who's you? You? Me? You? The two are accused of being involved in a hacking scheme from February 2020 to June 2021, directed by the PRC's Ministry of State Security. Like, we know. Like, why are we even fucking talking to them? They are at war with us. They're constantly fucking with us, doing hackings, doing the shit, penetrating our systems, and fucking with us, causing us massive damage. These are acts of war. These are not criminal organizations doing this. This is the government of China attacking the U.S. People, wake up. They are at war with us. You need to recognize it and prepare. Shit's about to get real. Oh, anxious. My cat's calling me to go to bed. So good night, good peoples. Thanks, Jim and Mons. Well, thank you. We're almost done. We're going to be wrapping up here in a few minutes. The pair in early 2020 targeted U.S.-based universities and leading immunologists and virologists to hack into computer systems to steal research they were conducting on COVID-19 vaccines. Wow. They probably were just trying to make sure they didn't figure out that it was developed by the Chinese military. One of many enabling companies in the PRC that conducted hacking for the PRC government. Yeah. Shanghai Power Rock Network. It's notable that the Chinese government directed theft of COVID research beginning in February 2020 after the outbreak of the virus in mainland China, and at a time when PRC officials were withholding information about the virus and its origin. Attorney Nicholas Ganji said last year that when the indictments were unsealed, the hacking of these American universities is not just a violation of intellectual property rights, it's also an attack on the American scientific innovation. The hacking of a U.S. law firm is not just about a computer crime, it's about an attack on the American system of justice, which depends on the legality ability of clients to seek and obtain frank and confidential advice from legal counsel. Jim, do you think the Monaco Brewing Company owner should be arrested? I don't know. He's kind of pushing it. Like, he did break the law because he offered monetary, and it's stupid, but he did offer monetary compensation for the death of the president. So that's kind of a crime. It really is. It's kind of a crime. But should he be arrested? No, people should just, anybody who goes there and does business with him should be branded as a leftist psychopath, insurrectionist, seditionist, cooer, whatever you want to call it, like communist, I don't know, Marxist. But acting U.S. Attorney John Mark said Zhui is finally answering for crimes that struck the heart of American science and security. Yes. Me Chinese, me play joke, me go pee-pee in your coke that got Sarah Silverman fired. Please don't say it, I'm not wired. The FBI Cyber Division and the Hafnium campaign compromise. That's FBI Cyber Division said that the Hafnium campaign compromised more than 12,700 U.S. organizations. The two indicted were few of many contractors the PRC used to obscure its hand in the operations. We know they're doing this, so something's got to be done, like on a national level. Like, oh, okay, you want to do this? We're not going to buy your cheap Chinese crap. We're going to go to other countries. We're going to put a Trump could literally just say nothing from China comes into the country anymore. The Supreme Court said that in the tariff decision. They're like, well, the president does have the power to just embargo and not let anything in. That's totally acceptable. So he could say nothing from China comes into the U.S. and then just sit back and watch China crumble. Hey, Regine Reynolds, what's up? Nice seeing you. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for checking out the show. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't already. Zhui was charged on multiple counts of wire fraud, identity theft, obtaining information by unauthorized access to protecting computers, among other charges. If convicted, he faces decades in prison. Anyone with information about Yu's whereabouts is asked to contact the FBI by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. Ongoing investigation being conducted by the FBA's Houston field office. Hey, doing great. Well, that's awesome. Glad you're doing great. I'm glad everyone's doing great. What is this?
A bad set of foster parents who, unfortunately give a bad name to the many, many good intentioned people out there who open their homes to children.
We got this. It just says hacker who allegedly carried out cyber attacks for China is extradited to the U.S. It's the same story, just TechCrunch. It's a leftist rag, so we'll look through it real quick. That's about it. Well, everybody, how we going? Hey, Vince is here. What's up, Vince? Hey, Laura Braids, awesome to see you. Wow, a lot of people here tonight coming in right at the end. 4.5 hours is a long show. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm saying. No, I'm saying. So I want to thank everybody who's been here. All right. And ask you to all, please remember to hit the like button. Please subscribe. No, don't end the show. Well, it's 4.5 hours. I mean, we're still, we're really far away from the goal. I mean, let's be real here. We're currently $70 away. That's a lot of money to try to stick around for. But I'm going to send you over to a different show. I'll send you over to a good show with good people. I might even go on the show if they ask me to. It's called The Third Railify. They're live and they're talking about lots of stuff. And it's a good show. They're very funny people. And you have a lot of fun with them if you go over there. Wow. So yeah, so do that, and I'll see you all. And tomorrow there should be a show. As long as I don't feel any worse than I feel right now, there will be a show tomorrow. I'm just not sure what time. I think it maybe a later show, but I don't know. But I want to thank everybody who was here. Please remember to hit the like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I want to thank all the people who were so generous to make donations. And I want to remind everybody, Jim tells you the news. Come on back, folks.